What's up, everyone? What is up? Happy Thursday. Although, I got a little bit of a headache still left over from being sick. That's why I didn't stream yesterday. What's everyone up to today? W Calms. Oh, yeah. Getting into, more communications as well with the ham radio and all that. There'll be more content around that as well because, availability of communications is a part of cybersecurity. A lot of people don't consider that, but it is. It is part of cybersecurity. You got the CIA triad, as we call it, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So, yeah, I actually was talking to, you're working. I was actually talking to one of my architects at work. He was about 60 miles away from me. So we managed to find a repeater that actually worked to talk to both of us because he didn't have an HF set up. Discord, no live stream notifications. Saw you live on TikTok. What the? I gotta check the Discord notifications and stuff like that. It also sometimes just gets a little bit delayed. So let's see. When did it do it last? No, it came through. 6:52. It just runs a little bit behind. Yeah, now it went off. Yeah, it's always like a couple minutes behind or so. It doesn't poll in real time. Eventually, I'll get around to making my own notification tool. But I haven't had enough time to really sit down and energy as well, because I still need to make the notification for when I'm live over on Blue Sky. But I at least have it working for Mastodon and such. I probably should, put that up. Hey, Sugar, how's it going? Yeah. But, I was not feeling well yesterday. It was just a really off day, and I was just like, I don't feel 100%, so I wasn't streaming, and I didn't even do well enough to go into work today, so I kind of just remoted in, work from home as well as on call for work tonight. Yeah. Was it spicy ramen again? No, it wasn't that. I think there's actually something going around, so somebody in the office got sick, and then I was feeling under the weather, and now my manager's feeling under the weather, so there's something that's going around. Yeah, the shirt, I like it too. I picked it up at the most recent DEF CON. They always have awesome shirts. Can you see it better? There you go. You can see it in person too when we hang out at some point. I still gotta give your kids the shirts too. Yeah, we'll have to meet up at some point. It's just been crazy on both of our ends. Let's see. Let me at least put this notification out on the Blue Skies that I am live. I forgot to do that for like a while, and somebody reminded me. Have you used Grafana? Of course I have. I have a couple of shirts from them because they actually saw my Grafana content. I haven't used it recently, but I do plan to rebuild it in the near future for kind of a sim experience. I was using it to feed in data using Telegraph over pfSense, and then InfluxDB and Prometheus to grab information from my Unify equipment, as well as my pfSense firewall, feed that all into dashboards, and then I also made a network test every 30 minutes, and then plotted that as well. New headphones? Nope, just new earmuffs for the headphones. So same headphones I use, just new ear pads. I heard that Graphene OS is coming to an end. What do you think about that? Is that true? It's not that Graphene OS is coming to an end. It's that Google is not developing the Android open source project in the open. Like I've been telling everyone for years, don't treat Google as, this savior to be against Apple. I was telling people for years, maybe not on online as much, but in my own private circles, I was telling people, Google's going to pull an Apple when they have the dominance because they've done this before. It's the embrace, extend, extinguish model also from Microsoft. But yeah, Graphene OS, it's also affecting Calyx, it's affecting Lineage, it's affecting every Android project that is based on the Android Open Source Project, or AOSP. They're only releasing the project, basically, fully done without us knowing the dev work, and then my understanding is they're also, releasing it without drivers and other things like that, so it's a bit janky because now it's a little bit behind. W says hi. Well, send her my love. What's up, Kara? But yeah, so I actually touched on this just a little bit, I think, in some of my videos on YouTube. I don't remember which one I did. I do remember discussing it, though. Maybe it was on stream. I don't know. I'm now at the point where I'm making so much content, I can't remember what I said where. Although we do have some things that I did want to go over. A lot has happened since Monday's last stream. I know the government has actually asked for social media companies to appear in front of Congress. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they've asked for Discord, Twitch, and Reddit in the aftermath of the whole Charlie Kirk incident. And I find that interesting because, well, they haven't even said if he was a Redditor, and Twitch really didn't have a role to play here, but I do understand where that's probably coming from, because there's been murmurings for quite a while about different issues with political streamers and content creators over on Twitch. You just pick a name. There's several that this applies to, where they have not really been reined in, and they definitely have been accused of saying outlandish things. And from what I've seen, quite a few of them have actually said things that are in violation of Twitch terms of service and not held accountable. Are the videos of people contacting the ISS with handheld radios and antennas real? Yeah. Yeah. All you need is a good antenna pointed up to the sky where you know the directionality of the International Space Station is, and you can contact the ISS. Anyone with a ham license is allowed to contact the International Space Station. You don't need to have any advanced license. A basic technician license is all you need, and then you can go online and find the location of the ISS, where you'd have to point it, and the frequencies they're operating on. The trick, though, is when you're talking about space comms, you don't want to overpower the communication. You want to make sure you're trying as best as possible to match them. But with a handheld, you don't need to worry about that. With a base station like I have, and then if I were to attach a directional antenna to it, I'd probably want to turn the RF power down a little bit. Have you heard of troposcatter communication? Yeah. Watch what you say, the FCC might come for you. Well, the FCC can suck my... okay. Look, I'm only okay with the FCC protecting the airwaves. I'm not okay with them governing the airwaves and saying what speech is appropriate or not. Especially as of late. I mean, I don't agree with them taking Jimmy Kimmel off the air. The reality of the situation is, in my view, that is a violation of the First Amendment, where the government is basically threatening licensure to be pulled because you don't like the speech that they're saying. And if the speech is not directly infringing upon another's rights, I don't see the issue there. And if you listen to what Jimmy Kimmel was saying, it was so tame. It was your typical late night, ribbing on, whoever's in power. If it's not usable anymore, I'll stick to Cube's OS, set up laptop in my backpack. Yeah, I mean, Cube's OS is nice. That'll still keep going because it's not reliant on AOSP, but, I'm hoping that with AOSP being given basically less attention and access by Google, people will maybe start looking at Linux phones specifically, because Linux phones, they've always been an interesting thing I wanted to play with, but they are far from the refinement that we should be having in order to use Linux fully as a phone. I say this as someone that likes Linux. It's just doesn't have that polish. Android is a little bit more polished. I know it is a Linux, but there's variations in the environment and ecosystem. I had to use Respondus lockdown browser, installed Windows to go using Rufus on an NVMe in an enclosure. I'm so smart. I mean, I would have told you to just, at that point, put Linux on a USB. I just don't see the point of Windows to go. Especially with Windows having a lot of drivers issues if you go between machines, so you can't guarantee support nearly as you can with, like, Linux on a random live CD. Did you see the new Zorin OS 18? I have not. I haven't really played with the Zorin OS much in years. There's so many distributions, and I don't really see the point in distro hopping. I mean, I just installed Ubuntu 2404 on the ham radio PC, and that was about it after ripping Pop! OS off of it. And that was mostly because I wanted to use something even lighter with XFCE, and I didn't feel like installing XFCE on top of Pop! OS and doing all of that, and I just wanted a clean slate. Because that computer was set up several years ago. I may end up getting another Minisforum PC, because I think that one is starting to have issues, but I'm also debating if I just want to get a rugged laptop. But I'll probably have to wait until Hamvention to get one secondhand, so that way I can get one decently and then replace the battery in it, and then have that as my laptop for ham radio, and just have one laptop for when I'm in the shack or when I'm on the go, and gonna do a POTA or a SOTA. For those of you not familiar, that is Parks on the Air and Summit on the Air. Basically, you take your ham radio equipment and generally an HF antenna into a park, or like a summit, like a mount or something like that, and then you see what contacts you can make. I'm still playing around with the whole HF side of things. I have to get the computer set up properly to do data modes. That'll be interesting once I get to there. When is my birthday? It was a day. It happened. It was about 30 or so years ago. Utils or core utils? I haven't gotten that deep into it, honestly. I only use Android because iOS don't have apps I need and want an Android, Chrome, and Smart TV that's sideload APK. I can block YouTube ads. The day comes where I can't stop. I'll stop watching YouTube the more I gone. Wow, the way that was typed, Kara. No offense, I'm just saying. 7 years before. Yeah, I mean, Android definitely still has more accessibility in terms of certain apps and features on them. iOS definitely locks things down. But, yeah. I mean, that's a reason why I have Android in my arsenal as well. There's certain things that my iPhone definitely can't do. What Linux server distro do you recommend? It depends on the use case, but generally at work we use Amazon Linux, Red Hat Linux, but in my own stuff I often use Debian, Ubuntu. Those are pretty much the ones I use for, server-related stuff. Pick your poison, but a lot of commercial software specifically call out Amazon Linux or Red Hat Linux, which Amazon Linux is just basically a fork of Red Hat Linux from when I was tinkering with it at work and poking around, and I'm like, this is basically just Red Hat with extra steps. Do you follow numerology and astrology? No. I have a hard understanding that I find it very hard to believe that someone's random occurrence of their birth date happens to determine their personality, when personality is shaped more by your experience and your upbringing and, what do they call it? Like, basically all the things that happen in your life. It's not going too bad in Mountanology, just getting over a little illness. Slept a lot. I fear soon I can't block ads. I mean, yeah, you can definitely do Pi-hole or pfSense like Vampire's talking about, but the issue is, there's even issues where I've had to whitelist things inside my pfSense using Pi-hole and other lists because sites just won't load without the ad blocker being taken down. This has happened on news sites, and in some cases, YouTube can be a pain without with ad blocker off, but it can also be a pain with ad blocker on. Gonna be a multi-purpose home lab with Pi-hole. I also work in AWS. Nice. Thoughts on NVIDIA partnering with Intel? I mean, Intel basically needs all the help they can get. They've kind of squandered a lot of opportunities the past few years. The only reason Intel is doing as well as they are, and that's being, what's the word? Not facetious or something like that, but basically generous, is because they, are living on their brand name, similar to Apple. Oh yeah, let me clear a path for the dogs to come down, because I kind of messed that up with the, hammering and stuff. Yo, Barack! Barack, Ari. Y'all know what time it is. I want chicken, I want liver. Meow mix, please deliver. Barack, come on. There you go, you schmuck. Shav. Lamala. Good boy. Now, where's your fat ass brother? But yeah, thoughts on NVIDIA partnering with Intel. Intel's basically living on their name, and the only reason that, they're surviving in the way they are is, I mean, the GPUs they have, they're okay on the lower to mid-range end, but they also have, what's the word? They own the license for x86, and AMD still has to pay them for that. It's this weird thing where AMD and VIA, to a lesser extent, they're both competitors to Intel in the x86 space, but they still have to pay Intel for the license. It's an interesting thing that goes back to a lawsuit many years ago. I did a practice round for my upcoming cybersecurity conference competition, and I fixed 21 out of the 23 threats on the Windows 10 Enterprise VM. Nice. Networking or dev for beginning? It's really dependence on where you're going down with your career path, but I do say that everyone, regardless of where you go in tech, should understand networking to at least some extent, because you'd be surprised how many developers I come across that do not know their ass from a TCP or UDP packet or ports, or like I've run into issues where they'll be like, you know, Zscaler's blocking this, and I'll be like, no, you're running the same app out of the same port on the same server. You got to have different ports for running the different things. Or, they just don't understand a lot of basic things like secure connections and all that. How do I feel about pfSense versus Pi-hole? I use pfSense, I don't use Pi-hole, because you can do everything that Pi-hole can do in pfSense and better. Pi-hole only can do DNS level blocks. pfSense can do DNS and IP level blocks, because Pi-hole is only acting as a DNS server. So on top of, you know, the lists that I can put into Pi-hole, and I can take those same lists and put them in pfSense, by the way, which I am doing. you can actually convert the IP addresses from those into that, and then do IP level blocks, do IDS and IPS intrusion detection and intrusion prevention systems. So you can have a more robust security framework around that network, and then also make a much better network overall, because not only can you do the blacklisting and whitelisting, you can also do the entire network hardening with VLANs, and, you know, setting up aggregated links if you want, and start making it a little bit more interesting. I'm still waiting on Risk 5. You and me both. Risk 5 is going to take some time. At least until we can reasonably use it instead of ARM. But I do favor Risk 5 in the long term. I think it's just a very favorable approach, especially with an open source ISA, instruction set architecture. Because then what you can do is, if, let's say, a vendor goes out of business one day, you're no longer dependent upon that one vendor, and they can actually switch over to another vendor to produce their stuff and not have to depend on one fab or such. KDE or GNOME. They both have their merits, but I tend to use GNOME, but I'm really waiting for Cosmic Desktop Environment to become mainstream, and I want to switch to that. Greetings from Russia. Have a nice day and positive vibes. Wait, you can access Twitch from Russia? I mean, it doesn't surprise me, but it surprises me that Twitch allows you. Because, you know, US sanctions and all that. No hate to Russians. Y'all are cool. I know you're in a tough spot where your government sucks like us in the USA and many other countries, but yeah. What are your thoughts on the Shai Hulud attack? Past days were crazy for NPM projects. Well, I talked about that on the last stream, I think. And I definitely talked about it on Blue Sky and Mastodon. The same thing goes, is that you should be on top of your code packages, and this is why in a lot of my things, I hard lock it to versions. I don't allow my projects, but I also don't use Node. I use Python. But potentially the same things could happen to a Python project. Let's make that very clear. So, the thing I do often is I lock it to a version, wait until the new version passes tests and all that. I also have SNCC and stuff, sniffing my code. I gotta update the libraries for some of my projects. I know that on the GitHub. I just haven't sat down and done any dev work, but eventually I'll work on the Blue Sky rework for the Twitch poster, but I'm waiting for them to fully have OAuth rolled out. I know it's rolling out to the PDS servers and people that run their own servers, but it hasn't rolled out to the main servers, because I want to get away from that stupid, you know, @password thing they did and use proper OAuth, because then I can lock the scopes down, and I don't want to rewrite everything. But for Mastodon, it works perfectly. And technically, it did work with Twitter until they broke the API completely and took away my API key, and then wanted to make me fight for it, and that was part of the reason why I said, screw you, Twitter, I'm going to Mastodon and Blue Sky. I'm not paying your freaking I know they have the free API, but I'm also not paying for for Twitter, Blue, and all that crap. If I'm gonna pay for some social media, I'm gonna pay for my own server hosting, like I do with Mastodon, and I will soon do with Blue Sky, once they figure out the OAuth situation too. Again, don't want to rework that whole thing. Because with OAuth coming in, then I can get away from email MFA, and we can then embrace proper security keys, like I do on my Mastodon, and previously when I was on Twitter, and I do on almost all my social media, like my YouTube and stuff like that. But yeah. Well, that's convincing. Yeah. Oh, you're moving out of the Twitch side. Cool. I'm in quant economics, data science, but I like cybersecurity. Can I do both? Is it worth? I don't know of situations. Now, this is just my perspective. I could be wrong here. I don't know of situations where you could possibly do both in your job. There is definitely security aspects around data science. You want to make sure your data is anonymized and private and things like that. There's definitely like homomorphic encryption methods that are going to be on the horizon, which I think are going to be really cool, because then we'll be able to get data about the data without having to decrypt the data. That'll be really cool once it actually comes about. So that way we can actually organize encrypted data without actually decrypting it. I think that'll be really cool. If we get homomorphic encryption tied into post-quantum encryption, quantum-resistant encryption, and then if we start seeing, a few more privacy technologies start to be embraced, such as zero-knowledge proofs and things like that, it'll be great. But, to your point, I don't know of how you can do a job to do both, but I would say in data science, you should at least understand cybersecurity at the base level for the concepts to know how you should be able to secure, anonymize that data, and then also, if that data is ever exposed, what is the blast radius and how you can minimize that. Thank you for the follow, Warhawk Studios. Happy hacking, bud. Have you seen the GI robot wave on TikTok? I have not. You're probably gonna have to drop a video about that. The honest truth is, as I know TikTok is my biggest platform, I barely use TikTok myself. The reason for that is it's an ADHD hellhole. I lose a lot of focus. So I try to, at most, I've said this before, 15-30 minutes a day using TikTok. And a good chunk of that is probably me going and uploading the videos that I've made for TikTok. I'm definitely on YouTube way more than I am TikTok, I will be honest with y'all. What are the best resources and certifications to learn networking? Well, resource-wise, I actually learned hands-on. Most of my networking knowledge I actually learned from PFSense and the PFSense manual, tinkering with that, and then just thinking about, okay, so I got on this part of the network. How, if I were attacking the network and I had access to this, how would I secure it from X? And I just kept asking questions of myself until I got to the point where I understood a lot of this stuff. And certifications, I mean, many people will tell you different things. I don't have any certs except my CISSP, as I've said many times. A lot of people get a little bit too hyped on certs. Let me put it this way. Certs don't teach you anything. Anyone can study for a test to get the right answer and then vomit the answers on the test. I have seen this firsthand, where I've met people, they have cert upon cert upon cert upon cert, but they have not retained any of the knowledge that that cert was talking about. And to me, that is worthless. If you're going to study for a cert, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to understand and keep the knowledge of that cert that you attained. So, focus on the knowledge for it. Make sure you understand the thing. Like, even like with my ham radio license, as I work through technician in general and now amateur extra, I could easily study all the answers in the answer bank, because they give you, all the questions that are going to basically be out there, and I could memorize them. And for technician, you kind of have to, because a lot of it's regulation, and you got to know what this is and that and that. But when it came to the actual understanding of radio signal propagation and different things like that, the formulas to determine, the wavelength and everything, you've seen me crank out the calculations here with a basic calculator. I want to make sure I understand the actual technology I'm working with. People are reporting that Borderlands 4 is so unoptimized on PC. Oh, I can confirm that. I can confirm that. We're going to be playing Borderlands in a little bit, and you're going to hear me complain about it while we play Borderlands. You cannot play Borderlands at an acceptable frame rate with a decent GPU. Now, mind you, the specs on my system are a Ryzen 9 5950X 64 gigs of DDR4 memory at 3200, an NVIDIA 3070, and an NVMe SSD. It's not the highest end thing, but it's high end enough that I should be able to play any game at 1080p. I'm not playing at 1440 or 2K. I'm playing at 1080p. And I'm getting stutters, and without frame generation, I can't even break 30 frames a second. I had none of these issues with Borderlands 3. I played Borderlands 3 perfectly fine on a Ryzen 7 5700U on a laptop. Not even a dedicated GPU, just the CPU that had the, the APU, the CPU GPU integrated. And it is really bad. And it's even worse because it artifacts so bad if I use NVIDIA DLSS. I have to use the TRS, the Epic's frame generation version, so it doesn't artifact so bad. It is horribly unoptimized. And I really think, what is it, the CEO or whatever his position is, that's like getting chewed out by gamers and saying, well, you should build your own game engine. You should get a new machine. That is so out of touch. Because there's people I know that even have decent, systems that are, even higher end than what I have, and they're reporting unoptimized issues. I was just able to play, if you remember, Doom Eternal came out a few months ago. I was able to play that game at a decent performance with the same machine on day 0. It blows my mind how that game is so unoptimized, and they're so out of touch. Because, like, Doom Eternal, if we're looking at the actual graphics that it's running, are technically more sophisticated and complex than Borderlands, which is a cel-shaded game. The textures are not nearly as complex as a lot of other 3D games. So the fact that it runs so poorly blows my mind. I'm not a game dev by any means, but I know enough to be like, this shouldn't be running that way. And there's no reason that I should have to upgrade to a 5th generation NVIDIA GPU just to be having it playable at 1080p. What's up, Hans? I'm on the verge of switching to Linux for my AM5 system. Just want to make sure Squad and Star Citizen are compatible. I don't know what Squad is, but Star Citizen, they have native Linux installers last I checked. So it shouldn't be an issue. But yeah. I haven't played Star Citizen in a minute. Just wasn't my bag, but, I mean, you do you. But yeah. Got my IT specialist, in AA, what's AA, in May. But yeah, I got my first A+ in 2018, didn't resume network after that, though. Oh, well, anyway, Mazel Tov on the, AA. Is that an associate's degree, or that? Am I mistaken there? Please correct me. I just don't... Okay, I was right, associate's degree. I just wasn't sure. But Mazel Tov on that. You said you're not a game dev, and I'm over here messing with making a game. Hey, look, every one of us is a masochist for something. I got into radio. But yeah. Hold on. But yeah. It's a little bit crazy out there. Now I am definitely to roll back to what I was talking about earlier in the chat. I am curious why Congress is asking Twitch, Reddit, and Discord to speak to Congress post Charlie Kirk incident. The reason being, okay, yeah, they talked on Discord. Okay. But where did Reddit and Twitch come into place?
I just save money now and everyone can eat.
Getting money in the daytime, even counting when I sleep. Wake up to getting bread, bitch, I do this for the streets. ADHD. Thank you for that sub there, Warhawk Studios. Happy hacking, bud. Yeah, I already made some assets, just trying to find out how to port into the game engine. Gotcha. 4chan should have been on there. Oh yeah, 4chan definitely is one that would be of question, but again, wouldn't be relevant to this discussion. If they're honing in on the, as they're saying, extremist elements from social media in relation to the Charlie Kirk case, the only thing that I've heard of in direct relation to this is Discord. I'm curious about the Reddit thing, because if we look at the totality of platforms, I would say there are 3 platforms that stick out in my mind in the modern day that are probably relevant to the overall discussion of political extremism. I don't care what spectrum you're talking about, left, right. I'm just talking in generality because it applies to everyone. That would be Twitter. That would be Reddit. And that would be... what was the third one I was thinking of? Not Discord. Oh, Twitch. Because there are some political streamers I've seen on Twitch, you're probably thinking of them too, that have actually done things that are in violation of Twitch terms of service and not been held accountable. It feels like there's a little bit of favoritism over on Twitch. And I say this as I'm the guest to Twitch. But I heard the 4chan, because the online culture is a part of, was from 4chan. I've heard that, but I've also, not seen much of the evidence around it. I mean, 4chan... here's the thing. 4chan's influence has really waned over the years. I know 4chan was this huge influential thing back when I was in my teen years. Because when I was in my teen years, that was where, 4chan bred the whole anonymous thing. People don't realize, whenever they talk about Anonymous, the quote elitist hacking group, end quote, they're not. That came from 4chan being anonymous. We are anonymous. We are Legion. Expect us. It was kind of a meme 4chan came up with. I mean, I remember, Project Shinology, which was 4chan going after the Church of Scientology. But as of late, their influence isn't as strong as they once were. I'm more than welcome to be proven wrong there, but I just don't know if they have the influence they once did, as to oppose. You see political extremism growing on Twitter. You definitely see it in Reddit, and it's different parts of subreddits where they actually encourage these things. You've seen it on certain Twitch channels where they're going into extremist views, but yeah. Aren't wokejack memes from there? I don't know. I'm so far removed from a lot of the internet culture these days, ironically, for someone who's on the internet, in many different regards, because I'm not chronically online. Imagine that, the cybersecurity guy actually goes and touches grass. Opinion on NVIDIA buying into Intel? I mean, Intel's on life support, like I was saying earlier. I was DevOps for about 4 years and FinOps for the last 5 years, almost 12 years of experience in AWS overall. Just never time to build my own setup, and finally tired of my data being out there for free for data brokers. Well, happy hacking, bud. That's a great journey. It will definitely be a journey, because, imagine this is the Matrix. I'm your Morpheus. You have now taken the red pill. We're not going to do it in that political BS way. We're talking about the original Matrix way that it was before it got co-opted by morons. And you've taken the red pill. And you're now going to see how deep this rabbit hole goes. And you'll be surprised when you find your information through data brokers and things like that. Seeing what have I been pwned has been showing your information has been leaked and exposed. Having to juggle password managers. Having to, understand, the never-ending struggle of, it's not what you do, but how you do. You know, like all these things. You never watched Matrix? You should watch it. That movie is awesome. The Matrix is a classic. I love that movie, the first one. The next two were kind of confusing and a little bit convoluted. Remember you mentioned growing vegetables in your garden. You definitely touched grass. Indeed I did. And I also touched grass when I went to go install my ham radio antennas, which I still have to put the TikTok up for. 10 hours on a scissor lift and ladders and running cables, but I got my ham shack up. And here's the problem. I'm already thinking of how to improve it more. So I'm actually looking at doing a loop on the ground antenna in my yard and combining that with an end-fed antenna, or maybe a inverted V or something like that. But I'm now looking at how I'm gonna mount that and everything like that, because I'm probably looking at like close to a 30-foot end-fed antenna. So it's probably gonna have to be connected between the fence and the house some way, diagonally, because the antenna I got for HF can do 80 meter and 40 meter okay, but there's definitely room for improvement. And I want to get onto the 160 meter band as well. So I'll definitely want to get an end-fed antenna, but then I don't want to take down my regular HF antenna because that works great, and I want to be able to figure out how to switch between the antennas at will. But then I want to use a loop on the ground antenna because then I can actually receive a lot better, and then use the end-fed or the whip antenna I have for HF for transmit. And that's why I'm working on the data side of things. And then the other thing I'm now thinking of is, do I possibly want to get a more powerful radio? And no, I don't. Now I'm also thinking about how I want to run a ground bar into my house to better ground my equipment. So, like, this is a never-ending struggle of radio. Those who use Arch will never touch grass. Yes. Yeah. You ever watch Sneakers? I don't think I have. It sounds familiar, but it doesn't ring a bell. Oh, by the way, I did a small little upgrade to the mic stand over here. So if you notice, I can swivel the mic a little bit better now. So before, what I did was I had it directly connected here, but the problem was it was on the thread, and then, you know, the thread would get loose and it would bother me. So now I've got this on its own little extended adapter here, so now it takes advantage of the proper swivel on the mic over here. So, nice little, yeah. Your thoughts on the Frameworks mainboard mystery box they put up on their website? People are building mini PCs out of that mainboard. I mean, power to them. I have nothing against Framework. Let me make that very clear. I have nothing against them, but I've never owned any of their products. It's not that I have anything against them. Again, it's that I generally want to give money for hardware for companies that are Linux first. That's System 76, that's Tuxedo Computers, that's Purism, Nova Custom. I want to work on those, buy that hardware, because I know my money goes directly into Tuxedo OS being built out, as well as the drivers and everything on the Tuxedo computers, and in the case of System 76, Pop OS, and the development work that they're using there, which I use Pop OS, and then I use Tuxedo computers for my main laptop. And I use System 76 for my ethical hacking laptop, which, by the way, I forgot again to bring the damn laptop down here so we can work on replacing the battery together. Oh! And speaking of stuff I got, this came in the mail the other day. My Meshtastic node that I'm going to be setting up outside of my house. I need to go buy a better antenna for it. I'm not going to put it on my roof. I want to make sure it's accessible if I ever need to replace the batteries in it or anything like that. This is the SenseCap solar node. There is a Pro version that has the GPS module and batteries already included. I didn't get that. I bought the batteries separate, but It is a solar-powered Meshtastic node. Everything is contained inside this unit over here. So that little box there has the actual Meshtastic board in there. I'm going to have to pop that open to change the batteries, and then you just attach the antenna there. But the antenna they give us is only a 2 decibel antenna, and I want to get a larger antenna for better signal propagation and gain. So I have my eye on one, and then I have to do some testing with it. You've been looking into one of those? Yeah, this one's really inexpensive with shipping and everything. It was about $100 or so bucks if you order it from the US warehouse, because when I originally was looking at these, people in my Discord will tell you, I was bitching about this for a while. This node is about 90 bucks without shipping, and when I went to try to order it originally, it came to close to $300 or so because they were shipping it from China, and the Cheeto-in-Chief, with his moronic tariffs, jacked up the price for it. So they did make a US a warehouse to work on this, but this is a solar panel built into it, and then you can just add the batteries in it, or you can get the Pro version that has a GPS module, and then you can disable it and then add the batteries. I wanted to put my own batteries because I know a little bit about battery chemistry and stuff like that, and I wanted to put my own quality batteries in and see how they last over the winter. But yeah, I'm going to basically be attaching this to the fence. I'm going to stick a pole on top of it to get as much height as I can. Because, of course, whenever you're doing anything signal-wise, especially when you're doing anything in the VHF, UHF range, which this is, it's 915 megahertz. Well, 902 to 928, depending on which band you're, using with it. But 915 is, I think, about where I operate, where most people will operate for long, fast comms. This will, you want to get this pretty high. So I got some spare poles from when I put my fence together, and I was going to slap one of those against the fence with some clamps and stuff, and probably get that like close to 20 feet in the air. And then it'll be easy to take down whenever I need to service it, because then I just undo clamps and gently set down pole. But it'll be at least 8 feet high, I think, but probably closer to the 20-foot mark. But I wanted that to be more accessible than the ham radio antennas and everything, because I have a feeling this is going to need to be serviced at some point or another, whereas the antennas, if I ever have to go up there, something bad happened, like lightning. Yeah, but Warhawk, and I open this up to everyone else, if you are interested in radio comms and everything, over on the Discord and Matrix servers, we do have the Radioheads channel. We often are talking about radio in there, and of course there's many other channels that talk about all sorts of other things. I'll show you, like, you can see. Reporting in about that Herman Miller M-body, it's great, took a week to break in. Oh, nice. But yeah, you can see we're talking all about radio. You can actually see the ham Radio Shack that I set up. And yes, I did pick up some anime art at Hamvention. It was free. I put some a frame around it. I also have a Jet Set Radio poster that's in the tube there. I got to mount that up, and then this weekend I'm going to actually mount the speakers up over there. You can see one of them over there, because it's going through the PC, and eventually the PC is going to be controlling that ham radio over there, so the audio will all be coming through the PC eventually. That's why I also have a mic there. I replaced my Shure mic I had in the sound booth as well, the same one as this, with a toner one I got from doing a review on their product a while ago, because I wanted to do a straight USB-C mic over there, and it doesn't matter about like super high quality if it's going to be on radio, because yeah, it'll work good enough for my purposes. But as you can see, I repurposed the audio PC. But yeah, we talk all about radio, and you can see people are talking there. One person actually passed their license to do radio in New Zealand. So you have a nice little community. We share all sorts of little devices and everything. So y'all are welcome to join the Discord. Yeah, I got a full VKB set up for my B-Day and had to pay almost $300 in Cheeto fees. Oh yeah, the tariffs have been killing the economy in many different ways. There are people that are getting sticker shocked and like, why is UPS, FedEx, or USPS hitting me up for custom fees that are almost half the price of the product that I paid for? And I don't know why Trump has this naive idea that the US people aren't the ones paying these tariffs, because we are. DHL held yours ransom? Yeah. Music is coming back. Oh, thank you. Yeah. God damn it, I'll put this down before I burn my finger. Will you start 3D printing again? Yeah, that's in my, plans to do. I've honestly been going through a backlog of projects that I've been planning to do for a long time, now that I've been on my ADHD medication. I need to service the 3D printers. But I also want to replace them too, because they're a little bit old. Nothing's wrong with them, let me make that very clear. But I definitely want to get that Core XY styled one that Prusa came out with. It looks really nice. I just have to service it, and I just haven't had the time nor the energy with everything else, because I had to set up the ham radio stuff. That stuff was laying around in my house for like several months, and I finally was like, I'm pulling the trigger and we're getting it done. The same thing with just so many other projects I've been doing. So ADHD medication has definitely helped me, because I definitely have a lot of projects. When are you stopping the ADHD medication? Probably never. I should have been on it sooner. Not on anything heavy. It's Wellbutrin. It just worked fine for me. I was looking for something that was a non-stimulant, or at least a little minor stimulant, because stimulants make me sleepy and crash. Yeah, I'm looking to move away from mainstream socials. Been listening to you about Mastodon for a while. Yeah, I'm primarily on Mastodon and Blue Sky. Blue Sky definitely has way more users than Mastodon, but I have users on both platforms and engagement and interactions over on both platforms. But I will say Blue Sky I definitely have more engagement and interactions with, by virtue of the fact that I think there's like close to 40 million people on there now. Let's see, Blue Sky user growth. Try to figure this out. There was a site I used to go for all of this. Yeah, there's close to 40 million users. You can see it's pretty active. Got this number of daily posters. It kind of has, declined a little bit, but it goes through ebb and flows, as you can see. Like, yeah. But that's also the case with Twitter and that. Like, not everyone is posting to Twitter. A lot of people are just consuming. Skylight needs to get it together too. Supposedly TikTok will have be under new leadership. Yeah, I heard about that as well. I do have a direct contact also inside TikTok, because, I'm a sizable creator, I guess. So, but the issue with Skylight, and I'm just making this very clear for a lot of people, the one hindrance they're gonna have that's gonna stop a lot of creators from wanting to go over there is there's no monetization. And I know a lot of you are like, what does the money have to do with it? The reality is there's a lot of creators out there that make their money from content. And if there's no reasonable way to monetize said content, the effort isn't going to be put in there nearly as much. Tried to get my 5070 Ti before we got more tariffs, but I need to upgrade the CPU. I'm still on a 5600X. Yeah, I want to upgrade from my 5950X to a 9950X 3D or something else, but then I'd have to get a motherboard. Then I also want to get a 5080 GPU, but then I'd have to get a new power supply, and yeah, that's also why I have the goal in the bottom right for anyone over on the non-TikTok sites. Trying to raise that kind of money. Hopefully I can raise it myself, but you know, the home lab definitely isn't cheap, and it's getting more expensive because just in the space, I've got 3D printers over there, I've got ham radio over there, I've got this setup over here for streaming and content. So yeah, they should use blockchain and create their own crypto. That's a joke, right? We've tried this before. No. 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 Hell no. I refuse. No. No. I'm not against cryptocurrency. Let's make that very clear. I'm against crypto bros. They ruined it. They ruined it. Because now cryptocurrency has gone from this potential way that we could replace the monetary system that runs on debt with a system that could actually be democratized a little bit better. And I'm going to tell you, it's so perverse that people are measuring their cryptocurrency wealth in terms of dollars. They're using it as a vehicle to gain wealth in dollars. To me, that sounds wrong. Because ultimately, you've now basically turned, this comparison may not be completely fair, you've turned cryptocurrency to penny stocks and junk bonds. That's the closest thing I can compare it to. At least a lot of these BS ones, like Trump has his own coin that he released, and things like that. Your thoughts on 80% of TikTok being sold to Oracle? I'm not shocked that Oracle was the one that bought it. It's Larry Ellison, who is known to be a big supporter of Trump. And it's no secret that Trump isn't above cronyism. Look at the entire administration he has. He's brought in people that were favorable to him and given favorable deals to other people. I mean, South Park's depiction of the gifts and, you know, Trump over there, everything from like Zuckerberg to what's his face that runs Apple? Why am I drawing a blank on his name? But you know what I'm talking about. It's pretty true. Tim Cook, thank you. Couldn't remember his name. I was gonna say it was Tim Apple, but I'm like, no, it's not Tim Apple. I knew it was Tim, but I couldn't remember his name, so I wasn't sure. Tim Cook. But if you saw the South Park parody of Trump getting all his gifts and like all the billionaires and all that, you know, giving a gift and everything like that, was so obvious. But yeah, Oracle was pretty much a given, like you said, HBX, because TikTok is a huge client of theirs. And why are they a client? Because Project Texas, as TikTok called it, which was to localize American data into American servers in the United States. Because if you remember, Trump was on this big push about TikTok being, you know, subverting American, you know, values, whatever, you know, and just kind of saw it as a threat until he realized, oh, wait, there's a lot of people on TikTok that also like me. So Oracle was the one that actually was operating the data centers for TikTok for many years already. So, yeah. It wasn't 2016. I think it was about 20... Was it 2018? 19? He started going on that rant. I know it was like right around the pandemic and everything. And then Biden was the schmuck that actually signed the bill into law about the whole deal that Trump actually took advantage of. And Trump just giving extension and extension after extension after extension. Like I've said before, I'm not a fan of any particular party. They're all bad for their own reasons. Because I do have to say this. While Biden may not have been better, much worse than Trump, there is definitely, you know, issues with Biden, don't get me wrong. He was wrong in his own right on many different things because he opened the door for Trump to take advantage of so many things. It's very similar to, I remember back in the day, I think it was Democrats that proposed the nuclear option to push through some of the Democratic agenda during the Obama administration. And I remember turning to my friends and saying, this is a double-edged sword. Because once you open the door for any side to be okay with this, you're not always going to be in power. And the other side is now going to look back to this precedent and use the same underhanded tactics that you did. Whether or not we agree with certain laws that were passed because of it, by virtue of now changing the entire process. Who personally owns TikTok? Well, currently ByteDance pretty much owns it. The EP was so true, they all bend the knee with gold items, yeah. Yeah, oh, the episode, yeah. I hate Apple, but I hate Google more, so iPhone it is for now. That's literally been my statement for many years. When people are like, why do you rock an iPhone instead of a Pixel? And I say, well, my Pixel is Graphene OS, but in terms of my day-to-day functionality and needs, like Apple Wallet and stuff like that, like, I'll be honest with you, part of the reason why I use an iPhone more is Apple Pay is more secure than your regular credit card because every time you make a transaction with Apple Pay, it randomizes some details with your cards. But if you use Graphene OS, you can't use Google Pay. And would I really want Google to have access to all that information? Now, you can do it with a Google Pixel Watch and all that, but then you have the issues of, you know, the Android open source project not being supported as well as it once was, and then everything. Yeah. It's owned by a lot of investors worldwide. Yeah, TikTok is owned by a lot of different investors, but the primary holder is ByteDance. There were companies that had it in before. And, like, it reminds me of the whole thing where, like, remember when, was it Xiao Zhichu, I think was his name, the CEO of TikTok? Senator, I'm Singaporean. I thought Google gives me this, does the same thing. Gives me a gift card than what I had. I think so, but going back to what I said, it doesn't work natively on the phone. Because Graphene OS is not signed to be allowed to use it. I'd have to use a Google Pixel Watch paired to my phone to be able to do that. But then if I do any payments directly on my phone, like browsing and all that, then I can't use Google Pay. So it becomes an issue of usability. Hong Kong is different? Not anymore! Hong Kong was basically absorbed by China a few years ago, after the Hong Kong protests and everything. They've basically pushed out all the pro-democracy people that were there in various different ways. Yeah, Hong Kong is no longer the free area it once was. iPhone is amazing out of the box for every user. I wouldn't say amazing, because I would say that all phones suck in different ways. But I'd say for the average user, the iPhone's probably a better approach. It's a little bit more private and secure out the box than most other phones. And for those of you that are like, more private and secure, we're not talking about you get a Pixel and then you're installing Graphene OS. We're talking about you just open the box, you just set up the phone. The average user is not going to jump through those hoops. What am I eating? Chicken. I'm getting my chick on. And there's Palantir. That's a whole other can of worms. Google needs to bring back Google Plus. The problem is Google Plus existed in an era when Google was actually doing good things and Google was synonymous with great things. The Google of today, I would not trust Google Plus with. But not only that, Google has a graveyard of projects they don't properly support. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so hesitant to use Google products. Because I can't guarantee it's going to be around next year. Still salty about them abandoning Stadia. See? You had all these people that bought hardware for Google Stadia. Many people actually were enjoying it, and then Google pulled out of it. That's the exact reason I and many other people have issues with Google. Have you looked at Radha's QB-A7Z? Curious on your thoughts. I have not. I do need to look at some new SBCs and stuff, because I do want to get something with like 16 gigabytes of memory at least. Just so that I can run Grafana and stuff on some lower end hardware. Okay. So it's basically like a Raspberry Pi Zero format. With Wi-Fi 6, Bluetooth 5.4, PCI Express. Interesting. It's got 8-core CPU. Nice. With 2 high-performance A76s and 6 lower performance. I think that's how it works. It's got a GPU in there. I'm not familiar with that one. It's got a neural processing unit? Not bad. But it's got a RISC-V E902 coprocessor for real-time processing. So you can do real-time processing on this. That's nice. Oh, hello. Up to 16 gigabytes of memory on this little guy? With UFS capabilities up to 512 gigabytes. Huh. That's a powerful little guy. But the coprocessor there is kind of interesting. Yeah, you can do like some little AI dev on there pretty simply. Now, here's the problem. If these are your vendors, AliExpress gonna get tariffed to hell. I am not familiar with these two vendors over here. Now, I am curious, is it in a MariDroid? So, for those of you not familiar, a MariDroid is one of the best places to get single-board computers in the United States. They have a whole bunch of them out there. So, this is where I've gotten a lot of my SBCs and stuff. Rock 3C. UE2. There's a lot of boards out here you probably haven't even heard of. Radha X2L. Here, let's do a search. Radha A7Z. Curious if it's even in the it's not in a MariDroid yet. Okay. General end user. Oh, okay. No, G Plus sucked. Oh god, no to G Plus. Yeah, a lot of people are saying no to Google Plus. Yeah, it was not that great. I never even really used it. I had it by virtue of the fact that everyone had a Google account, therefore we had a Google Plus. You had like $300 invested in Google Stadia? Ooh, you were a founder. Yeah, that's why I'm so apprehensive with anything Google, and we're seeing right now they're doing that with the Android open source project. I upgraded to iOS 26. It's not very good. They just seem to copy jailbreak community ideas. Yeah. Apple can't innovate. This is going to be a hot take for some of the Apple fanboys out there that are like, the Apple M1 processor and the M series is so amazing. That ain't even innovative either. Apple came late to the party for ARM CPUs. Linux had already been doing it for a decade when they came out with theirs. Apple can't innovate. They haven't been able to innovate in years. Since Steve Jobs passed. They've been trying to play it safe and living off of their name. Look how ugly the new iPhone looks. Just look how ugly it is. Tell me that that is compatible with the way Apple, that we knew and loved growing up, would have been okay with. Because I'm going to tell you, whoever suggested that design, back in the original days of the iPhone coming out and everything, would have been fired from Apple. Apple may have made your life better, but we have to accept that all technology companies eventually do fail. Nothing's forever. Things change. Are you still using DOS? Are you still coding in BASIC? Okay, some of you maybe are in my community, but my point still stands. Tahoe is a shit show. I had to create a profile to defer it. Oh yeah, you were telling me. We're in the middle of testing it at work. The one person that's testing it on the Mac tester laptop is hating it. And I really am annoyed with Apple's model on things because they release it, but they don't actually let people test it out beforehand to dev for it properly. Because CrowdStrike, you had to use the latest 7.29 sensor to be able to support it. So I also had to make a whole new sensor profile just for the Tahoe computers in CrowdStrike, because you want to generally have a more stable release like N-2. And I couldn't do that with the Tahoe computer. What distro am I using? I use Pop OS. Raspberry Pi ain't good enough. Raspberry Pi actually hasn't been the best in the game for many years. Now, where Raspberry Pi does shine is definitely in terms of the community support, native integrations to a lot of hats and shields that people have. But if I'm doing general projects with a single board computer, I'm not looking at Raspberry Pi really as much anymore. I've been like using Pine 64s, Odroids, the potatoes, things like that. Yeah, that Rod Hot A7Z looked really nice. Now, what I'm curious about, let me see, where's A-Race? I've never heard of this vendor before. I'm just curious. Nope, that's out of Hong Kong. Where's AllNet? China. So all of these boards, like, I just want to put this into perspective for all of you. A lot of these boards are going to get jacked up in price because of Trump's tariffs. So let's look at this, okay? A-Race has an 8GB version. 60 bucks. Let's say, okay, they don't have with the header version, okay? 60 bucks. I'm probably gonna have to end up paying like close to 90. Just for that. Same thing. Okay, it's a few bucks cheaper here, but that's gonna be the same thing even with the header from AllNet. AliExpress, not much better. Actually, AliExpress is literally at 90. Oh. Yeah, they're including the import charges. It's gonna be like close to 90 bucks. Look at that. This is without the import fees. This is with the import fees. So when is the PeerTube server Owncast for HDoom? I have to work on that at some point in time. It's one of those putting a pin in the projects until I have time. Google Plus was miles better than Facebook. Well, Facebook had a bar that was so low, the bar was in hell. How long before they cancel TikTokers? What are you talking about? The whole wave of cancel culture that the people are doing post Charlie Kirk? Okay, I just want to make one little observation here. I find it interesting for years they were railing against cancel culture and how, you know, people should have the right to say whatever they want without, you know, being canceled by people and yada, 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 yada. And then suddenly the shoe's on the other foot and they're okay with cancel culture. It's a little bit hypocritical to me. And I'm going to make this very clear. What happened to Charlie Kirk? Yes, it's a tragedy when anyone gets shot. But people are allowed to feel the way they feel. Do I agree with that some people were celebrating any particular death? No, I don't agree with any celebration of death. Any life lost is a tragedy, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with them. There are exceptions to the rule, like Funny Mustache Man or things like that, but I digress. The latest iPhone looks like a Pixel. Well, yeah, they're basically just trying to copy everything the Android market's been doing because they can't innovate. Got rid of Microsoft years ago after I got McAfee infected. Well, John McAfee doesn't even like McAfee antivirus. There's an entire YouTube video he made years ago. I can't show it, because every time I do, I end up getting a ban on TikTok for a while. But that does tell you how great the video is. Super lag, choppy videos, and mouse pointer disappears. Oh, Tahoe? Yeah. Apple just hasn't been on the QA game for years. That's an honest reality. I've been saying that for years. That's why I myself switched from Apple computers many years ago. Because there was a period in time when running Linux on a laptop was not the most ideal thing, and it definitely was a bit of effort to get the drivers and everything set up on it. You had to, you know, pick particular hardware and Wi-Fi cards and all this. But those days are gone. And as soon as that became a viability, I was out because I got tired of Apple doing a system update and then VirtualBox would stop working. And then I literally couldn't do my job and had to spend 4 to 8 hours restoring from a time machine backup to get back to a usable state to do my work. They renamed it to Find Out Culture, so it makes it right. Have you seen the new Dying Light? I don't think I have. Apple releases their optimization builds of macOS after 0.4.5, but yeah, they're slipping lately. Apple's been slipping in so many different aspects lately. I'm eating chicken that was cooked. You legit miss your Android? Android is also going down the toilet. especially with the Android open source project, as I talked about earlier. Because Google's no longer allowing developers for like Lineage OS, Graphene OS, Calyx, all the different, third-party vendors used to be able to look at the releases of what was coming down the pipeline through their Git repos and then start work on it before they were released. And now they're only releasing it as a final project, and it's also missing a lot of different things inside of there. Did not hear of the OEM Graphene is working with. I'd be curious to see what they come up with. Because there's been a lot of snake oil in terms of the privacy phone market. I've been, as you know, playing with privacy phones for many years. I've had the Purism 5, the Librem 5, I've had the Pine phone, and there's a reason why I still stuck with the Pixel 7a with Graphene OS. That seems to be the best of both worlds for everything. But I do want to see other options out there. And I've also said this before, I got into it with the Graphene developers, unintentionally, mind you, on Mastodon. Merely because I happened to mention the Purism Librem 5 phone as a phone that I was waiting on to have come in and review, and while I was waiting for that to come in for review, I had set up my Pixel 7a to go to DEF CON 31, so this was a couple years ago. We got into it on Mastodon, and this was the same complaint Louis Rossmann had with the developers of Graphene, that they're kind of toxic in the way they approach things, and didn't understand my point is that there's different threat models and different approaches to get very similar results. And if you're in a situation where you don't have access to Google hardware, because the Pixel is the only thing the Graphene runs on, and or you don't want Google hardware, period, you don't want Google anything, what are your options? Yeah, so... Furry phone is a Linux phone that seems very developed compared to alternatives. I mean, I'll believe it when I see it, but they've also been saying it's developed for a while. The issue isn't really the hardware per se, it's the software optimizations, because the desktop environments and stuff like that just are not optimized for mobile. And then you're going to have to throw software like Anbox or something on there to be able to run Android apps on a pure Linux phone, just by the nature of there's a lot of people that are going to want to run Android apps. And a lot of people are still going to want to sideload apps, and sideloading is apparently going away. So I do hope that people explore. Thoughts on Huawei's Harmony OS? I haven't used it personally, but I don't know if I would use it. That chicken is bloody raw. It's not bloody raw, there's just tomato sauce around it. Let's see, HMD Ivalo XE. Let me see what that is, HBX. It was only released a few days ago. Oh, it's a Nokia successor. It's not too bad of a looking phone. Looking at Tech Radar right now. If this is what it actually looks like, I think that back over there with the pins is probably an expansion. Curious what these little slots are for. HMD Secure, division of HMD Global, has unveiled the HMD Ivalo XE, one of the most secure smartphones in Europe, focusing on European sovereignty, trusted supply chains, and adherence to EU-regulated data handling. Great, so I'm probably not going to be able to get this in the US, am I? As one of the few F5G devices designed, developed, and manufactured entirely in Europe, it targets mission-critical operations where security, durability, and reliability are paramount. The Ivalo XE is part of a larger 360-degree ecosystem built with partners including Nokia, Bitium, Juggernaut, Tutus, and Qualcomm Technologies. It's got a Dragonwing Q6690, advanced wireless, AI-driven intelligence, don't care about that aspect of it. This processor includes hardware RFID support. Okay, that's kind of nice. You could use that as a work badge, possibly. Probably as NFC too. According to Qualcomm, the processor enables teams to operate with speed. Blah 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 blah. Yada yada yada. IP68 rated. IP69K. MIL STD 810H standards. Paired with Corning Gorilla Glass Victus 2 for display protection. It's a modular design incorporating the Fusion 3.1 connector, allows integration with tactical radios, extended batteries, and specialized accessories. I want this phone! You're telling me I can connect a radio to that? Can I put a ham radio on that? That'd be sweet. Ooh, could you imagine an Android phone that can control my ham radio? That'd be sweet. The combination of toughness, modularity, and connectivity contributes to the Ivalo's XC's position. Best smartphone, blah, blah, blah. For tighter security, the device features dual-layer encryption. Curious how they accomplish that. A secure element, that's nice. A hardware kill switch, also nice. And anti-tampering protections. I'm curious what they have as anti-tamper. Yeah, security has always been a part of HMD's DNA, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, I want this phone. I want this phone. There are apps to control your ham radio. Yeah, but I want to plug my ham radio into my phone. What kind of bird is your t-shirt? I'm not sure. It's the shirt I got from DEF CON. I guess it's a canary. You know, like canary in the coal mine. Well, yeah. What the hell is this furry phone? Why do they have to call it a furry phone? And I don't care if I got the name right, it's gonna be a furry phone, okay? Okay, I'm just gonna say this with this design. That's a weird looking camera. That is a weird looking camera. This is a weird UI they have. It's not a bad price, $550. Okay, so let's see. You got your standard buttons over there. Mic is at top. God damn, your site is so weirdly designed. So what's that button do? There's a front-facing camera poking out at the corner. I mean, not the worst decision, but in a world where we're now moving away from camera holes as a whole, it's kind of weird. So they're using Fury OS. Not sure what that is. I haven't played with it. Batch number 1 is sold out. Taking pre-orders for batch 2. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting phone. It definitely looks like, it's thinner than the Librem 5 and, such. But what are the specs on this? Okay, so it's based on Debian. So is the Librem 5 and my Pine phone, although Pine phone was using Manjaro at times too. And native QR code reading. I don't really scan random QR codes. It's got a MediaTek Dimensity 900, so I remember MediaTek's not the highest performing one. 6 gigabytes of memory, so it's definitely more than the Pine phone and the Librem 5. 128 gigabytes of storage built in. CPU. It's got 8 cores. Not too bad. I'd be curious to see what the quality of the camera is, but it looks nice. 5,000 milliamp. Type-C waterproof connector. That's nice. It's got NFC built in. Removable battery. I do like that feature. It's got dual SIM slots? How does that work? Where's the SIM slot? Are they like under the case? Okay. Probably have to remove the battery to get to it. GSM bands 2358, UMTS B18. So I mean it could run quite a bit around the world. Okay, that's not bad. It can fit an SD card. And they have a headphone jack, which I like my headphone jacks. And you see, they made it waterproof. This metal keys? Okay, it's polycarbonate and TPU, so that'll be nice. And IP68 rated just like the other. So, I mean, that could be promising, but it all hinges on the OS, not so much the phone. That's where the limitation is for all these Linux phones. You will never buy MediaTek trash again, ever. MediaTek should be illegal in phones. MediaTek CPU has the millennial pause, no the Gen Z stare, power on screen, or open an app, it pauses, and has to think. Yeah, I think in terms of the performance, I definitely am leaning more towards that HMD phone. And I do want to see, I kind of would like to try both out. To be honest, I'd like to try both out, but one definitely is more leaning towards Android, the other is leaning towards Linux, but then making a phone run natively Linux then has a whole bunch of other questions I have with it. Namely, what's the experience of using it as a phone and running Android apps on top of it? Because you're not going to have a lot of the Linux stuff run natively as Linux. Like, yeah, you can install Signal for Linux there, but I wonder how that experience is going to be versus the Android app version of it. Not only that, with a Linux phone, I have the expectation that I should be able to dock it and use it as a full-on Linux computer. What's that experience like? And with a MediaTek CPU, like you're saying, they're not really good performers. That uses the audio from Android into radio. Huh. Y'all need to stop thinking that every single piece of hardware is a honeypot. The only phone that I've actually seen sounded like a honeypot was that damn unplugged phone. And the Zero Trace phones. Those were definitely selling a bunch of BS to people that didn't know better. But HMD is going after, like, actual certifications and stuff like that. And if I can run the black phone, which one's that? Oh, the Trump phone too. Let's not forget about that. That definitely is a bunch of BS. Isn't the Librem phone the only Linux phone? No. It's far from the only one. There's also the Pine phone. I have the Librem. Both of them, I can't really vouch for using it as a primary phone. But at $550, it's more expensive than the Pine phone, but not nearly as expensive as the Librem. Chief's Windows computer is a honeypot. And by the way, Pure OS is not the only phone operating system that can be docked. It is the one on the Pine phone can be too. Actually was using the same dock. It's around here somewhere. I bought their little dock, and okay. But yeah. Don't think that this HMD Ivalo XE or the furry phones are honeypots just because of what they are. And let's take this a little bit further. So this is a Linux phone. You see this right here? The fact they have a GitHub? Let's see what's in their GitHub. That seems fair to me. I like that. I like that they are actually keeping things out in the open, because this was my issue with the unplugged phone and the Zero Trace phone. They both were marketing themselves as like secure and all that, and I'm like, where's the code? Where's the project? Like, can we build it ourselves? So yeah, you can look at this. Let's see, what is this? Is this the Linux kernel they have? Now, some of this stuff has definitely been pulled in from another repo, because they definitely haven't been building this for 7 years. I think this is just the kernel they were using. So, well, it's not really out yet, so I'm presuming that as people get into this project more people are going to be contributing to the code. Chief's NSA agent has entered the chat. Hi, Steve! How are the wife and kids? What's the black phone? Let me look at that. I haven't heard of that. There's so many snake oil phones out there. Hey, thank you for the follow, Witchy. The black phone. The silent phone does that. See, I keep coming across black phone as like a movie or something like that. It's old and they killed it off. Oh, okay. Now, I will say that I remember the hype that was the Anom phone. Do you remember that? Which was proven to be an actual FBI honeypot. Now that was a honeypot. It's KR right now with his wife. Wow. There has been such a great NSA agent. They've been undercover so much, they've weaseled their way into being my mod. Oh, is there an ad playing? Sorry about that. I'm watching on TikTok a lot. Love your content. Well, I appreciate it. But I'm gonna give you a little tip. Better content's on YouTube. And here on stream. Anbox or Waydroid? Either one. I think Anbox is a little bit older. I could be mistaken and not as supported, and you have to use Waydroid. There was one of the projects I know that like wasn't being supported as much. I can't remember which. Yeah. That's right. You should join the Discord and the Matrix server. Drop that link. But yeah, these look like interesting phones and the interesting little board there. But the problem is, I don't know if I really want to pay $90 for it, because it's going to be customs fees, everything like that. It looks great. But I am looking for a 16 gigabyte, an SBC with 16 gigabytes of memory so I can run a Grafana instance as powerful as I want. Waydroid doesn't work on Pop OS. Oh, yeah. Haven't really tried that. But yeah. Alright. I gotta take a quick bio break. So, we're gonna do the BRB screen for a couple minutes here. So, I gotta use the bathroom. Be right back. So, we're gonna do that. Now, if you don't mind, I gotta go run to the bathroom. Okay, we should be back. So that wasn't too long of a break. Alright. There was at least one video I wanted to check out before we do the gaming on Linux side of things. Of course, we'll still be chatting and all that. Is there anything that you guys in the server wanted me to look at? Nope, nothing in the review on stream channel. So, we have this, ended up going with the Ubuntu server it's installing now. Nice! Yeah, I like Debian for servers or Ubuntu most of the time. I know some people have issues with Canonical, the company that behind Ubuntu, but you pick your poison, you know? So, I did want to watch this video over here, how ham radio operators just changed the future of 70 centimeter. So, 70 centimeter, if I recall, that is the 440 band. Make sure. My brain is drawing a blank. Band. Frequencies. Yeah, so 420 to 450 megahertz is the... Yeah, I was right. So, 70 centimeter band. For those of you that are not aware, that is, a very popular band. So when you get your technician license, you have access to the 2 meter and 70 centimeter bands primarily. And that's where you have a lot of ham operators operate in. Now, I tend to be more in the 2 meter band than I do the 70 centimeter band, but my ham radio setup is built for 2 meter and 70 centimeter when it comes to, you know, the HF, VHF side of and the VHF, UHF side of things. HF is a whole other thing. It's a lower frequency. My setup is tuned basically from 3.5 megahertz to 57 megahertz in that case, and I'll be getting additional antennas I talked about later to expand that a little bit more. But yeah, I have a general license too. I just suck at remembering what belongs to which. I need to work on my amateur extra, but that's coming. Alright, so let's watch this. So there was definitely a while ago a risk of what was going to happen with the 440 band. If I recall, I think this was the issue where there were satellite companies that wanted to buy up spectrum in the 70 centimeter band, which then would have screwed over ham operators again. And this has been one of the issues that I have with the Trump administration, with the FCC, among other issues that we've just seen recently with their heavy-handed approach of trying to censor different TV stations because of whatever things, like the Jimmy Kimmel thing that just happened, and, you know, earlier we had the Stephen Colbert, and that's a whole other thing. But also, they've been selling off more and more of the spectrum, and as I talked about earlier, the 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi spectrum was actually under threat because it's no longer protected. And it could potentially be sold off by the FCC and screw up Wi-Fi in the 6 gigahertz range, because then you'd have a lot of interference, and with FCC, you basically just have to accept that interference happens. So let's see what's going on with this guy.
For our 70 centimeter ham radio band is far from over, but we have just scored a partial victory. So just a quick recap on the issues that are in play here that I've covered on the channel in a couple of previous videos over the last month or two. And that is that AST Space Mobile are looking to deploy large-scale satellites, direct phone cellular service, and they wanted to use...
So I was right, it was something to do with satellites.
40 megahertz band for telemetry, tracking, and control across a 243 satellite constellation. Now, they've been doing this recently with around about 5 satellites already, but this spectrum, the 70 centimeter band, 430 to 440 megahertz, is a primary allocation in some areas of the world, in ITU Region 1 especially. And 70 centimeters is used extensively worldwide by amateur radio operators. So then on August the 29th, 2025, the FCC made the most recent decision, which was to grant AST a license, but only in a heavily restricted form. It's for 20 satellites only, not their whole constellation. It's for emergency operations only, and for a 24-hour maximum window per event. And this is only if no other bands are available. So this is a partial victory for amateur radio operators. AST didn't get the broad blanket access that they were after. And there
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
That's my view on it.
There is here a article which is on the IARU website, which details some of the decisions that have been made in relation to the FCC Space Bureau authorizing this particular license. Now, of note, the amateur radio community fought back. There was over 2,500 comments filed by HAMS, ARRL, AMSEC, IARU, and others from around the world. As you can see, they're written in this article. It speaks about the technical and legal arguments that carried some weight. That is that the other commercial satellite bands already exist for the purposes that they want.
Yep.
S-band, X-band, Ka band.
Yep.
And just using amateur spectrum sets a very dangerous precedent. So there were some philosophical arguments that were made. That was amateur radio serves emergency comms, STEM, and experimentation, and that commercial encroachment can undermine that mission of the amateur radio service. And it was quite good that when I released
I have it for emergency comms too.
There was quite a lot of interest and a lot of
That's a
response
tinker.
from people in the comments, and also who made the filings online to the FCC. So I think we really, as amateur radio operators, need to give ourselves a very good pat on the back that we've had this partial victory. So why did AST actually want 430 to 440?
That's what I'm curious about. There's so many different other spectrums.
Are huge. They're got a solar array of some of them proposed of 700 square meters. That is massive. Now, each of them needs telemetry, tracking, and control channels about 64 to 256 kilohertz wide. And they've already launched those 5 satellites using the amateur radio frequencies already. So this decision, why it actually matters, is that the FCC acknowledged that amateur allocations are different from the commercial spectrum. By limiting their operations to emergencies, that is AST Space Mobile's operations to emergencies, they implicitly admitted technical alternatives do exist for AST to actually look at. And it sets a regulatory precedent against further commercial encroachment. So some of the reaction has been good. AMSAT DL called this a greater partial success, but there is still a risk. AST can still operate on the amateur bands, even though they do have these restrictions.
That's going to cause a significant amount of interference if they do.
Band, but they can only do it at the moment with 20 satellites. So the thing that we need is we need to be aware that the company may push for further access in the future. So what this means going forward is it's not a total victory. AST, they can still operate on these amateur bands, on the 70 centimeter amateur band, using, even if it is just for emergency purposes, although they are restricted. Now, we need to make sure that we're vigilant with this too, because there may be still other commercial entities that want to try similar tactics to what AST Space Mobile have tried and gain access to the amateur radio band. So we also need continued advocacy. We need advocacy from the IARU, from the ARRL, from the WIA, the RSGB, the Radio Amateurs of Canada, all of the advocacy organizations. We need to be able to support them, and they also need to be able to support us. So we still need that going forward.
Yeah, I'm still worried the Trump admin will allow for more commercial encroachment into the
spectrum issues, because it's not
spectrums we use in amateur radio.
We've also had 23 centimeters recently also become under threat, especially in Europe. And make sure that when these issues actually come up, that we file our comments with the FCC, the ACMA, whoever it is, the local regulators, to be able to have our say when they're asking for consultations. So we also should be supporting these organizations that are defending our spectrum. And we also should be highlighting amateur radio's public service record and the innovation just to justify keeping these bands. So a partial update for amateur radio operators. We still need to be on top of these issues because we don't want to lose access to our valuable spectrum. Now, what AST Space Mobile originally proposed was pretty crazy with what they actually wanted.
They wanted full use of the spectrum.
What they were after in this video over here.
Yeah.
Team, I just quickly want...
Nextcloud used to be good, but past 3-4 years it is heavy now on load and slow. Yeah, it's been a little bit heavy for a while. I was noticing that myself, and mind you, I was using it originally at when it was OwnCloud, and then I switched over to when it was they forked the whole thing to the Nextcloud project. But yeah. So yeah, DivCon said, "Hi, TikTok guy." Nextcloud is an email service. I think it's more of a client, like what Witchy was saying. I don't really know if they're running an email server off of it, nor would I want my email server to run in the same thing. Now, Mail in a Box, I remember, was using Nextcloud for its contact and calendar management side of things that you could sync up. I think they're still using that. I use Zoho for my domain. I don't roll my own. I don't roll my own email anymore either. I use a mix of Proton and Office 365. I said it. The Linux guy uses Office 365. Primarily because Avanon, which I use as my email security system, needs to either have Google or Office 365 and stuff like that. I use Proton to host a few emails. Yeah, I like it for my personal email stuff, but it's just not fully fleshed out for business stuff, because with business, I need an IDP and identity provider, and I need the ability to hook in my email security stuff. Proton, you can only do an email security gateway, but I didn't want to do a full-on gateway. That's a little bit more work, and that'd still be something else I'd probably have to hook up and everything, whereas Avanon runs as a post-delivery service through the API. Oh yeah, and there was also this one video I wanted to look at too. I don't know if you've seen this, but G Plus Animation, they have these great videos, and they, I think they're on TikTok as well, but I've seen them on YouTube. But, they make these funny little things about, like, work-life situations. That's like, and this one is when your boss thinks your personal time belongs to them.
I want to reiterate, cell phones are not permitted to be out at your desk. Okay, let me say that again. Cell phones are not permitted to be out at your desk. We deal with a lot of sensitive information. We don't want to compromise a client's account, so cell phones are not permitted at your desk. It's in the guidelines. We explained it to you when you were hired, and you agreed to it. So
okay.
I've been seeing cell phones out. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Okay? Veronica, can I see you before you leave the meeting? Thank you. Thank you for staying behind, Veronica. I just need to talk to you about something. We've tried to contact you a couple times at home about some time-sensitive matters, and it looks like you're not responding. You never respond when we try to communicate with you. I've tried email, texting. I've even tried calling a few times, and it's just impossible.
I've had these talks at work sometimes.
Can you shed some light on why? No problem. Yeah, I'm happy to shed some light on it. I'm providing my family the same courtesy that I'm providing you while I'm here at work. So when I'm at work, as you just mentioned in the meeting, I'm not allowed to have my phone. I'm not allowed to check in on my family and make sure that they're okay.
I knew this is where I was going to go as soon as she said that.
So when I'm at home with them, I'm not doing anything that's work related. My contract, as you mentioned, says 9 to 5. So after 5, I'm unavailable. Did you want to see the contract? No, I don't need you to show me your contract. How do we fix this? Because we need to be able to contact you. There's always a solution. So you can provide me a company cell phone and pay me from 5 to midnight. I don't assume that you're going to have to contact me after midnight. And I will be more than happy to be available. But I will need my same salary from 5 to midnight as well as the company cell phone. We can't do that. We can't pay you indefinitely, and we can't provide a cell phone.
So this is one thing I do at work. Seriously, if you're not willing to provide me a company cell phone, then you must be able to compensate my cell phone bill for what I'm using for work things. Now, the MSP I worked at did the same thing. You know, I had the choice of a company phone, or they would give me $60 a month towards my phone, and I took the $60. Basically paid for my phone plan. And then, you know, but where I'm at work, you know, I make it very clear, only contact me on my work phone. You at most can contact me on my personal phone to say, check the work phone. but I'm not going to discuss business on my personal phone. I don't even put work-related apps beyond what I need. Like, I only have the app that I do for, you know, alerts to the on-call system, because that's an expectation of it, but that was agreed upon as part of my condition of being hired. My work VoIP number with time conditions to auto-hang up on them after hours.
Sort of being a team player, if that makes sense.
I hate that bullshit! I want you to be a team player, then pay me more!
But I'm available 9 to 5. You can pay me for my time after that if you need me to be available. But no, I'm not giving up time with my family, my alone time. I'm not giving up my time outside of this office to you for anything. So, I am a team player.
Yep.
From 9 to 5 Monday.
I agree with that statement.
Okay. Thank you.
I love those little videos. I have a work phone that's so nice, it goes off when I'm off. I've done that as well. I've regularly told where if I'm not on call, don't bother me. Now, some of my coworkers have my personal number because we're buddies outside of work, too. You know, some of you, it's just like that. So, I have no issue with, like, them contacting me, but that, yeah. Alright. Let's get into me complaining about Borderlands and how badly optimized this game is, while we also chat about other things. On one hand, I like Borderlands, the gameplay so far. What I don't like is the performance issues I've been having with it. And I don't like the approach that their CEO has basically been having of, well, you know, you should just get a better computer. I'm like, my computer may not be the highest end thing, but if a 3070 and a 5950X are struggling, that's an issue. But let us, well, not let us, but let us check out that. Alright, hold on. Borderlands 4. And it was pointed out the other day that I did not have Borderlands 1. Wait a minute. What's this? What is this? There's a patch. Weekly minor updates. Okay. Change list. Addressed various GPU-related crashes. Address crashes tied to animation states, audio, and collision checks. That's it? That's it? That's all the update you have? Not like fixed BS and ability that I needed to have frame generation to be able to have any decent gameplay? It blows my mind that this game is as badly optimized as it is, and they decided, hey, yeah. Gilbo. Okay. Hold on. Why is my music player not playing? Wait, did the game just crash? What the shit? Yeah, just learn how to escape VI again. Thought I was gonna starve alone. One does not simply escape VI. Okay. The audio for my music player isn't working. That's interesting. Why are you not playing? That is interesting. Okay, for some reason Brave is not piping the audio through. That is no bueno. Huh. It was working the other day. I hate when things work and then they don't. And I also hate that this doesn't just, like, clear the tabs and everything. What the hell? Okay, give me 1 second. Trying to figure out why that's not working. That is the most interesting thing. Alright. Brave doesn't want to work. Go figure. One second. Trying to think of my options. What did I set up here? I had a backup at least. Computer reset pipe. VI. Oh yeah, that's the text editor that everyone jokes that we can't actually leave. There's like VI and Vim. Of course, you're gonna make me sign in again. It's always annoying, because it's always the stupidest issues that break on the Windows machine. Wait, does it seriously need another security key? God damn it. Oh, that's right. Because Apple only allowed you to, like, register 5 security keys. And of course, I've got more than that. Frickin' Apple and your damn limitations. Trying to pull out one of the ones that I know is going to work. That should work. I do like the fact that Apple allows you to use security keys. I don't like the fact that they only allow you to have 5 registered. It's not actually a real limitation that should always exist. You've always used Nano. Yeah, I've always used Nano as well. Alright, let's see. Go through the artists, and... there we go. I don't know why Brave decided to not work. Oh yeah, I forgot to apply the compressor. Let me just bring that over. There we go. It's been a weird year since the algorithm showed your vids. Yeah, it's been kind of crazy. TikTok doesn't really show much of your content, even though, you know, somebody says to follow them. It shouldn't really be that algorithmically based if, you know, you say, hey, I want to follow this person. Voices under a sky of dust. Another wave of tension has more than filled me up. I'm a talk of taking action. These words were never true. I do like the fact that there's at least a vehicle. Need a bunch. What do you expend? Well, if you're trying to do mass storage, typical hard drives are still the most cost-effective approach. Because, I mean, SSDs have definitely gotten cheaper, but hard drives are still cheaper than that.
Gus, can you hear me? Everybody move! Get down, motherfucker!
Come on. Are they just gonna keep coming? Need about 5 terabyte for general use. Yeah, then I would get a spinning disk. Good old-fashioned disks are gonna definitely still be cheaper. I use them in my NAS. Yes, they're slower than NVMe's and other SSDs, but
Here comes the pain!
come on. I use VI, please send help. Abby, if you're still using VI, it sounds like you need to go see a psychiatrist for that. Why are you just chilling out there? Alright, where am I supposed to go? Over here?
That was so close. You alright? Just focus on getting to
Yeah, I think I'll get a 1 terabyte HD SSD and 5 terabyte HDD. Yeah, you can use the SSD for caching as well if you're frequently hitting things. There's ways to do tiered storage that the smaller SSD can cache the most used things. hell is this? Alright, guess I gotta go down there. Wait, how do I get down there? Oh. Wait, nope. Okay, so it's not over there. You know, it'd be nice if they gave you some better guide markers. Oh. Nope. Nope. Okay, there's money. That's still not what I was trying to do. If it's down here, where am I supposed to run? I know there's a way to get down. Oh, am I supposed to go through the shack or something over here? Yep. That's what I was supposed to do. That's the most annoying thing, is when you go to use that, you have to actually, like, step back sometimes.
Good work. Now let's get you onto that ship. I was able to find one.
I wasn't supposed to fast travel, I was supposed to just clear it out.
Access codes for the ship's tractor beam.
So I head up, plus some chaos in the weapons bay. And then hope it doesn't blow up or crash before I escape. Should be fine.
Alright.
Unleash hell, Hunter.
Enter the airship. So how do I do that? I'm guessing they're gonna breach or something.
The tractor beam, Bolt Hunter.
What the nothing? I am one hell of a shot if I do this to myself.
Alright, up we go, I guess.
If you eject the radiators, the lack of cooling should cause the ship's systems to overheat and fail.
Kind of surprised there's like, if they're dropping down, there's no one right there. It's called a defect? That's not nice. I find it interesting, there's just like ammo caches while on an enemy ship.
Unleash hell, Vault Hunter.
how hard I try. Keep that in mind and find this right to Wayne in the meantime. All I know, time is a valuable thing. What? I'm on Pop OS.
If I do say so myself.
What's that Pi-hole alternative called? Well, it's not really an alternative per se. It's an entire router firewall operating system called pfSense. Basically, you'd build a computer or buy a full appliance from Netgate, and then what you would do is, that would be your router or firewall.
You're fast, but my gun's fast.
Could do something similar with OpenSense. You could, but I still personally like pfSense a little bit more. There's a little bit more of a learning curve to it, but you get more bells and whistles on what you're capable of doing.
That's it! Now get out of there!
Maybe? Oh, did I just die? Because I didn't get off the ship? No. Yeah, I did. That was annoying. I didn't know I just had the,
Zadra, it's done. I'm on my...
This moment of respite won't last. Solmir wiped out the Outriders with a single ship. If you want to stop him before more come, you need to assault his fortress directly. Send everything you've got at him.
Every one. The people, Zadra, not tools. That's all the Order thinks of us, huh? And you were with them for a long time. Yeah, I've been reading up. There's been stories about you for years. Generations. The Timekeeper only grants immortality to a chosen few. You weren't just one of his lackeys. You were his favorite.
None of that matters now. You need a plan.
We do. Mine. So has to die, but I won't sacrifice anyone else under my command. There's always another way. We do this surgically. We lead a strike team to the fortress.
okay.
Blow the gates. We take down his air support. And then... we make him pay.
Immortality, huh? Let's go. That was a bit intense, yeah? You doing okay?
The people we lost believe we may get off Kairos. They believed it because I gave them hope. But hope without action. This has to end. Saul's reign.
I feel like sometimes there's a little bit too much dialogue in the game. When I'm like, get into the shooting.
They need backup. If you took down, get still with focus system. Let's use Saul's own weapon against them. You keep the winners off any outbound scavenging.
What upstream DNS provider do you prefer? I prefer Quad 9 with Cloudflare as my backup. I use DNS over TLS for both.
Yeah, sorry, I run it through.
But the reason why I like Quad 9 is they not only, are decent, fast and private, and of course have DNS over TLS, but they focus on blocking malicious domains as well. I got three options for Quad 9. Filtered, unfiltered, filtered, ECS. Filtered just means that they're filtering out the malicious domains.
Dead shot at any distance.
Yeah, no problem.
Wish we were meeting under better circumstances, but believe me, I'm happy for the help. We got lucky. These locust missiles are still useful. There's a few stuck on the cliff over there if you wouldn't mind grabbing.
And what's the plan for these exactly?
Well, Conway said we're gonna stick them right up Saul's eye-laden ass. Which is not strictly true, but perhaps metaphorically true.
So how the hell do I get up there then?
There are just too many times that people have tried to look inside of me, wondering what I think of you when I protect you out of courtesy. Too many times that I don't know what I need to push away, afraid to say what's on my mind, afraid to say what I need to say. Too many things that you said about me when I'm not around. You think having the upper hand means you gotta keep putting me down, but I've had too many standoffs with you. It's about as much as I can stand, so I'm waiting until the upper hand is mine.
I don't know if this is gonna work. Nope. Come on. And it's all gone. And then you must trust in all your lives.
So concerned with what you think to just say what we feel inside. So many like me walk on eggshells all day long. All I know is it, all I want is to feel like I'm not stepped on. There are so many things you say that make me feel you cross the line. What goes up will surely fall, and
Come on.
Cause I've had so many.
Where the hell am I supposed to go for this?
So I'm waiting until the upper hand is mine.
Oh, am I supposed to go in that cave? Nope. Yep. Not possible. I don't like the invisible wall thing they do sometimes.
Trust a single thing you say. You knew your lies would divide us, but you lied anyway. And all the lies have got you floating up above us all. But what goes up has got to fall. 1 minute you're on top. Next you're not, watch you drop. Making your heart stop. Just before you hit the floor. 1 minute you're on top. Next you're not.
Do they not give us like any topographical maps or anything? Yeah, I like Linkin Park. I will say the new singer they got, I forget her name, she can wail, but there's still nothing like Chester.
Losing all integrity here. Quit putting holes in my life.
Okay, come on. Yeah, I was so upset when Chester died. I think that was one of the few times I was, like, seriously bummed about, like, a musician passing. Like, I wasn't even that bummed about Michael Jackson passing. Although it was kind of fun the day he passed. You had 24 hours of MTV just playing all his music videos. That was probably the last time I actually saw MTV actually play music videos. You know, actual music TV. I was at a swim meet because of course I was. Swim meet for what? Like back in the day when he passed? Oh, when MJ passed. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think, like, it's one of those things, like, when you found out Michael Jackson passed, is, like, the similar thing to, like, where were you on 9/11?
See that? That's a little thing called merchantry. Might get a try next time. Hasta luego, friend.
And lightning all around me. Remember this place, there we go. I was working in a call center at Sprint PCS at the time. Really? When MJ passed? Man, Sprint PCS, that takes me back. I don't think I've used Sprint in like many years, because we had so many issues with their service. The hell? I find it interesting that they have a camp set up here, like so close to these little dickheads. Yep, TVs on the walls were constantly covering it. Yeah. It was kind of fun, because I remember back in the day, you know, like, remember, this was like high school I was in at the time, and, we were, gathering around, you know, burning one. Hello, boys. But yeah, I don't think that we've ever really had that kind of experience since then. Of, people, like, mourning an entire artist passing. I mean, Chester Bennington was definitely up there. But I don't think it was, like, quite on the level of, like, MJ. So how the hell am I supposed to get up there? Maybe I can jump up there? But I gotta take care of these dickheads.
I dare say that one's dusty.
Okay, cool. So I just leveled up. I got skills. Gains increase while overdrive is active. Spawn a free grenade. Yeah, we'll just get some more gun damage.
That's a bit too close, Frank.
I find it interesting, like, you just see your guys getting one shot, and they just keep coming at you. Damn it. Like, how the hell am I supposed to get up there?
But the drone dog, that's chunky. it right, you know?
Oh god, did I just get boned? Oh, that was close.
Now, as I recall, I was virtualizing something evil. I am one hell of a shot if I do say so myself.
Haha! One shot at him. Come on. I don't like these stutters that are happening with the frame rate.
Best watch when you're looking.
Okay, so what we got up here? Oh, a silo. Digital backup deploys a TDR assault rifle with legs. Ooh. And what's this item? Nah. I watch on the moment, season the bargains are like shining in the light, the sun, the moon, to the left of the moon, assuming the moon's gonna it one.
It makes me think of how you act for me. You do favors there rapidly. You just turn around and start asking me about things that you want back from me.
I'm sick of the hunt, I'm sick of the hunger, sick of you act like I owe you this.
Find another place to feed your greed while I find a place to rest.
Alright, cool. Oh, not with the enemy, a place for my head.
Step on people like you do and run away. All the people I thought I knew. I remember back then who you were. You used to be calm, used to be strong, used to be generous, but you should have known that you wear out your welcome, and now you see how quiet it is all alone.
Alright, let's see. Where's the map telling me to go? Can I jump around through that side? And cut through the mountains over here. Can I? God damn it. This is really annoying how they have the landscape set up. Need my playlist? It's just Apple Music setting up a radio station. I literally just went to Linkin Park and said, create radio station for this. Linkin Park's always a good vibe, especially for gaming. I'm so sick of the tension, sick of the hunger, sick of you acting like I owe you this. Find another place to feed your greed. I found a place to rest. Yep, this is Borderlands 4. As unoptimized as it is. Seriously, this was so bad for QA. Taking the sweat again. Another day's been laid to waste. In my disgrace. I'll never leave this place. No escape. I give it all. I'm simply spinning. Oh yeah, this game should have never made it out of QA as unoptimized as it is. Like, the stutters I'm having in this are ridiculous. The fact I need to have frame generation just to make it playable, it's ridiculous. I don't have a super high-end system, but a 3070 shouldn't have to struggle with a game like this. Doom Eternal had no issue playing it, like, at least on medium settings. And in my opinion, Doom Eternal is a little bit more of a graphical game. I hope this is the right way to get what we need done. I'm gonna be very upset if this is not. God damn it! Are you kidding me? Did I just make a whole fucking circle for this shit? God damn it. Was that all I had to do? Are you effing kidding me?
That's all of them. I'll get these locust missiles up to the fortress. You go on ahead and meet up with Rush and the others. And good luck.
Rush, the locust missile secured. I'm on my way to you now.
Hurry, if you can. Conway was scouting Saul's fortress, but I haven't heard from him in too long. You know Conway isn't one for quiet time. I should have been like you, out there fighting, risking it all. I can do this. I have to. I won't lose anyone else.
Strings lag heavily. Well, my stream isn't optimized for TikTok, and TikTok doesn't do great optimizations. My advice would be check the other 3 platforms I'm on.
Just when everything was going so... Hey, rookie. Your friend Boss Claptrap's attending a crisis.
And also, I'm not really seeing any lag when it comes to, my view of TikTok. It may just be your end, too.
Your weird name on it.
Rafa, strongest member of the Crimson Resistance. Has a ring to it. All right, compadre, what's the job?
Because you've shown such promise by happening to walk by just now. You want a final mission, recovering assets from my SHOT/headquarters. Your first task is to retrieve a highly sensitive, mission-critical portrait. It's essential to the morale of senior command. Me, move out to the order base and on the double. How did some jerk breach Claptrap's ironclad Crimson Resistance defenses? Well, just this once, I had a tiny lapse in judgment. I wanted to have some friends over for dinner.
Tiny lapse in judgment. Had friends over for dinner.
Pink orange hothead showed up to my casual event in armor, stole my stuff, and didn't even stay for the marinated treasure glands I roasted. Criminal and rude.
Gotta do. There's no getting through to you. Lights are on, but nobody's home.
We've got company! Under soldier spotted!
Okay, come on. Into someone else. I'm running like the sky keeps falling. In this direction, yeah. But I know, yeah, I know, yeah, I know. I'm just talking to myself. Ooh, talking to myself. Ooh.
I'm on site. Get me engaged some expert with the
But Crimson Resistance business is never that simple. The person's actually inside a nearby depot. But you'll need a key card to get in. And that key card is conveniently located on a soon-to-be corpse of that jerk who stole my stuff. Find the jerk, terminate his command. Terminate with extreme quickness. I said to kill.
I don't know whether I like or hate Claptrap sometimes.
now that I've got the car, back to the depot.
Correct! To the depot! You're showing remarkable initiative and independence, rookie. Which kind of makes my whole job of ordering you around pretty pointless. Stop doing that!
2 steps ahead of you. Already put it on your own tools.
Hey, what did I just say about independent thinking, rookie?
What thinking?
Oh, now you want me to hold your hand? Because I will. Literally anytime you want. Anyway, when you're ready, use that.
I didn't see you come out. There we go. I feel like stickies do a little bit more damage. Okay. Now...
That's a bit too close, Ray.
If I could change, I would. Take the pain, I would. Retrace every wrong move that I made, I would. If I could
I knew I saw one over there.
if I could take all the shade of the great, I would.
If I change, I would. If I get the pain, I would. Trace every wrong move that I made, I would. If I could stand up and take the blame, I would. If I could take all the shame to the grave.
Another console and a seat type of stuff.
Really?
You see? I knew you could do it! Never doubt me again! Now find that portrait!
If I could change, I would. Take the pain, I would. Retrace every wrong move that I made, I would. If I could stand up and take the blame, I would. If I could take all the shame to the grave, I would. If I could change, I would. Take the pain, I would.
Alright, where are we going now? We need to go up.
I would take all my shame to the grave.
What the hell?
That's right. There's a robot like you know. Maybe like this.
Oh, man, Luxie. She's an old flame in the sense that she lit me on fire one time. Another 5 times. Oh, speaking of old flames, your next task is to salvage the speed processor of a former ally and fellow claptrap units, Veronica! Up to the solar array!
Why would you risking my life for your ally? This photo hardly seems mission critical.
Oh, pictures don't do Moxie justice. She's got it all. Brains,
Come on.
business sense, boundaries. We spent hours just talking. We've had some crazy times, I'd say. And then she'd say, I told you, you're bad for life. Don't make me set you on fire again. I think I was the only one who really got her. Or at least
What the hell?
looked at her gazongas instead of listening to her gazongas.
What the hell? I listen. What was that you said? Someone. At first hallucination, when I can't get away now. Maybe it's alright.
Someone tell me this!
These clowns sure don't want you to get my stuff back. They're really bad hosts.
Aboard, order forces! What do I
Okay. At first hallucination, I wanna fall wide awake. Let's look around, give and drink now. God damn. I wanna fall wide awake now. And it's alright.
see that? That's a little thing called mercy. Might give it a try next time.
God damn. Come on. Yeah, this is Borderlands 4. As unoptimized as this game is.
truck prince and he says it's never given up any obstacle. I am not sure how, but you'll figure something out.
You mean something like that big ass laser?
Rookie, you're a genius, which makes me a genius for recruiting you. Now reposition the rest of the panels.
Really? Okay, so that thing is over there. So then...
Almost didn't see that.
Oh, am I really supposed to do... Hate these little stupid puzzle games. You gotta move shit around. Alright, so how am I supposed to move this? Nope, that wasn't the way I wanted to go.
Buddy, I think our grand entrance might be processed.
Robot CPR.
Yep, that'd be one crispy speed processor. Sorry, Claptito.
Oh, I rebuilt Veronica from scratch to be my pal. And then, well, it turned out she had a say in that too when she dropped me like a sack of scat turds. I'll bring her back anyway, would you? But before you do, I need you to retrieve one final item, Rookie.
Oh, really? I need to retrieve one more thing?
Resistance asset is being held at the tippy top of the facility. I rescued it myself, but apparently nobody in the order has heard of accessibility ramps.
I don't know where the hell you guys came from, but okay. You gonna die regardless. There we go.
Oh, entiendo. I see what's going on. These are all like mementos because you're sad. It's sadder than usual, like.
A robot that's sad? I don't know how that works. Who the hell would build a base like this?
And the voice box is all he left. He didn't like me, but he kind of was like me. We haven't had companionship in a long ever. It's easy to get confused. I just wish making friends was as easy as mechanical engineering.
Too true, Robotito, too true. So many love that, but they know that.
Are we really having a talk about emotions with the robot?
It is new. No one knows about the cool stuff he did, and nobody is complimented by dancing.
Nobody's complimented his dancing.
To keep the legacy of Pandora alive. I think you and Rust Knuckle will really hit off. He's funny.
They trapped him in a toilet.
Oh, that was me. When I say I had a guy on the inside, I meant a guy I keep inside the toilet to prevent him from hurting me. I feed him regularly, though.
Look at what others may have. Do not wonder what lands beyond our own might hold. You are where you are meant to be. And you should be grateful.
Yeah, he's been in there a few months.
Oh, God!
Since months sooner, huh? Well, that's all.
So,
he's been in there a few months.
Bring everything back to me. I've got big plans. Big Crimson Resistance plans. See, I'm gonna use all this stuff to destroy Pandora, with all the good times I have here. That way, it'll be like I never left my friends behind, and the Crimson Raiders are still kicking with a new name, and nothing bad happened ever.
Alright, I guess we'll go back to Claptrap.
Claptrap, hermano. I think you've got to move past this Pandora stuff. You're missing out on what's around you now.
What? Dwelling forever in the faded vestiges of a lost and unreachable past is the best way to live! Everyone knows that! Don't you read? Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe it is time to let go. But how? Say, didn't you have a backstory or something I didn't listen to? How did you move on when you left it all behind?
When we were little jovencitos in the mines, we used to say, there's no problem you can't solve with friendship and explosives.
I like that.
It sounds nice, actually.
Let me see. Okay, so I don't have an enhancement slot. I got quite a few things available. I felt this way before.
Thanks for your help, rookie. Sometimes there's just so much going on. It's all I can do to just stay afloat and get right through Gustavo.
I need to go through the backpack and actually clear out some items in here. Okay, so that's an energy shield. Ripper. Wait, how does that compare to the current? Oh damn, that shotgun's got a lot more damage per second then. Alright, so we got that.
Nothing ever stops all these thoughts and the pain attached to them. Sometimes I wonder why this is happening. It's like nothing I can do would distract me when I think of how I shot myself in the back again. Cause from the infinite words I can say, I put all the pain you gave to me on display, but didn't realize instead of setting it free, I took
what I hated and made it a part of me. Okay, 397 healing. Yeah, okay.
We'll grab these two and slap them on the rack with a stuff recovered 40.
Really?
Hearing your name, the memories come back again. I remember when it started happening. I'd see you in every thought.
So we're just gonna give this a Viking funeral, I guess.
And I knew as they escaped away, I was committing myself to them. And every day I regret saying those things, cause now I see that I took what I hated and made it a part of me. And now you become a part of me.
I was saying this idea for a hilarious prank, but maybe this is better. Out of the old, into the new, eh? Always me. The timekeeper is it? All right, I'm ready. Ready, shoot the bomb.
Really?
It's like I'm a niño again.
You had fireworks in there?
I feel weird. Like, there's a hole in me, but not the bullet time. It's nice. It wasn't what I expected, but you still saved the day. Like the true person that says this right here, I really could be.
Come on, just finish your dialogue here.
You're a good friend. You're a good friend.
Oh, I got all these rewards in here? Mostly they're just skins. I don't really see the importance of skins in my opinion. That's just me though. Alright, where do we need to head to now? You hear the sun like goes out in the sky of a million stars.
Who cares when someone's time runs out? If the moment is all we are. Quicker. Who cares if one more light goes out?
Damaging the ride? That's downright unsporting! Taking fire!
God damn. How many of these things are there?
What if I do say so myself?
Alright. It's moving on. Let's make sure I'm not cutting corners here and gonna screw myself. Yeah, I went off the beaten path over here. Hit the wrong button. Opinion on Intel AMD hardware backdoors? You can disable them. Well, it's easier to disable the AMD ones, but all of my BIOSes have them disabled on the Intel side. You can buy them pre-disabled, but that's primarily in the Linux first vendors like System 76 or Purism, Nova Custom, Tuxedo Computers. Those ones will disable it out the from the factory. But I don't know why everyone's so worried about it now when I was talking about that for years. But the hardware backdoors, as they're called, the Intel Management Engine, what is it, AMD PSP, they actually do make sense for corporate use for out-of-band management. But nobody needs them. I still can't believe I've been making content for 5 years.
Hey, what's the adventure?
Worried about it now, probably because of Palantir and such, I'm guessing. Probably, but I find it funny where years ago I was called paranoid for talking about like all these things with security, and suddenly now everyone's worried about the things I was worried years ago. I'm always called crazy years ahead of time until it's proven true, and then it's like, oh, you were right to actually be there. So I've gotten used to people calling me crazy because it means that I'm usually on the right track. Can you explain the NPM controversy? I don't really get it. Supply chain attack. Basically, someone was worming their way through various libraries that Node projects were using, and they were riddled with exploits. So the problem is, developers often build using libraries, and they don't check the libraries, and often they don't lock the versions. So the issue was that basically you had a bunch of these people getting exploited because of their Node.js projects. Like even CrowdStrike's own Node library got hit. So basically when people were building their Node projects, they would automatically import these libraries, and then, yeah. They got into NPM thanks to phishing a dev by sending him an email for him to change his password. Was that the actual vector? What the shit? I know there was like something about they were doing credential stealing, but I didn't know it was just a simple phish that like devs were falling for. And the fact that CrowdStrike even got hit blows my mind. I could be mistaken. Everyone thinks cybersecurity people are a pain in the ass until it actually happens. People be so lazy when they MFA. Well, MFA works to a point. But yeah, definitely should have had like a security key or something. Definitely should have had a little bit better security around the email, and at the very least, they should have been actively, like, trained, or at least, you know, learning not to get phished. So yeah, simple attack, and they got everyone's CICDs got injected. Jesus. That's so ridiculous.
Usually missiles try to kill me, not say hi. Nice change of pace.
Wait, you can understand me? Nobody else can? Oh, you have an echo device. No wonder. Will you really help? See, I was left, but I didn't explode.
Ooh, iridium.
I just fell here. I need to know if there was a technical malfunction, or if I'm only, well...
Wait, this is a talking missile?
Rada would be happy.
Borderlands performance, it's been crap. Like, I'm on a 3070, and this is not the most demanding game, and I'm averaging 30 FPS, and I have to use frame generation to even get that. Oh, and DLSS is broken so bad. Let me show you what I mean. I don't think they fixed this yet. I have to use TSR, but if I put DLSS, watch how bad the artifacting is. Look at that. Look how bad that is. Yeah, I got a 3070 and it's horrible. I have to use their TSR, and even then, you see occasional, like, artifacts and stuff. This game was not well optimized, and there's no reason why this game should be as demanding on your system as it is. Because it's cel-shaded. Like, Borderlands 3 was so well done, I remember I could run that on a Ryzen 5700U on my laptop, which was just an APU. And it worked perfectly fine. I was getting like 40, 50 FPS.
Oh, nah. The secret.
Yeah, I'm joking. I got a long system, but I can't send nothing that dangerous without good reason.
This may sound insane. A missile over there asked.
That missile talked to you? You know, I always felt it was this.
40 to 50 FPS on integrated graphics. What a downfall. Yeah.
I talked some real weak stuff to her.
Like, I'm getting maybe 30 to 40 FPS on a 3070.
Card's yours? Free charge.
Aquaponics plus some solar panels. You're set for off-grid living. Yeah, I got ham radio and stuff.
Good news. I got a launch system you need.
Perfect. Ben, it's on my casing. Structural defects in my original one may be the reason I didn't explode before. I hope so, at least. Otherwise... There's a crashed ship not far away. It should have exactly what I need.
Vamos!
Oh yeah, and that Ryzen I could run on higher quality settings. Apple or Android, they both suck for different reasons, but I use both.
Really? That is wonderful. It's strange, but
I personally use an iPhone, but I also have Androids for different reasons.
Keep doing what you're doing.
But they both suck for different reasons, like I said.
Something a little more permanent?
Taking away side loading, is that cap? Nope, it's true. I think I talked about that in one of my YouTube videos. Yeah, so they're gonna require side loading, I think, in a couple of months or something like that for 4 of the countries. Then it's gonna be a global requirement in 2026.
Resign myself never exploding. But the man you spoke to, he never gives up. Hearing it made me realize I could not let my dream stay on forever.
Oh, should have done. I'm not mad at you. I'm not trying to break it down. Nothing that's good of use. I'm scared to say out loud. Nothing that's breakable. Is Graphene OS technically Android? It's not technically, it is Android. But Google's also neutering that because, well, the Android open source project is not going to be developed as openly as it has been this whole time. Which I think I also talked about that in a video. I can't remember if I actually put that video out or if I'm recording it or if I just put that in the script for an upcoming video. I got a lot of content that I've been working on. Trying to tear you down. But what's that I should have used? I'm too scared to say out loud.
Made their home around new shipwrecks. A personal BT. I need that missile piece.
for sure one of those 10x developers who does the whole overemployment thing effed up one of our networks at work. Took a week or so to fix. Yeah. Wouldn't be the first time. I know right now I'm possibly looking at a different job. I feel like they're not gonna, you know, let me advance in my career where I'm at. And it has to do with upper management. I think there is, I can't confirm it, some prejudice against me. But talking to some of the other people there, it's like, yeah, we've had issues too. And I know one woman has actually left in part because she was shut out from technical roles. Yeah, and most of upper management pretty much doesn't actually do anything to contribute to the company, and they end up micromanaging because they add no value to the company, so they have to make it seem like they are valuable.
With my body,
Upper management is important. That's how I learned how to not run a company allegedly for entertainment purposes only or something. Yeah. They don't really do much of anything, and then they bitch about, you know, your work in the trenches, and they're like, oh, we don't see you providing enough value, and I'm like, well, of course not, because you don't really talk to me most of the time, and when you do, it's because you think you know how to run things, and I basically want to say, well, if you think that's such a priority, why don't you do it?
even if it doesn't go well.
I understand your advice, but unlike humans who encounter difficult truth, I do not have the ability to push my goal towards more attainable.
You think until quantum computing comes to consumers, it'll be a few years. Because the problem is quantum can't run at room temperature last I checked.
Hasta luego, Ben!
Long way to go. There's a memory. Do you think it's Unreal Engine's fault the games are so poorly optimized with spaghetti code? Yeah. Devs aren't deving, they're just slapping things together, and they're not optimizing it for their systems and all that. Like, the fact that Borderlands 4 is as unoptimized as it is that I need to use frame generation on a 3070 just to be able to make it playable is ridiculous.
I need somewhere far enough from a village to launch me safely. The closer we get, the more I feel uncertain.
Is it back together? That is symphony. Is that your give up on me?
Once I have the answer, there's no going back. Any hope disappear.
Focused on worst outcome. But it's just as likely it'll go good.
You're right. It's just... I thought I would be happy, knowing I will learn the truth about myself.
Being scared or uncertain and wondering if it's all worth it. That's how life works.
Optimization is more or less dead. You do embedded work. Yeah, nobody really cares to optimize things. I mean, I do for my scripts and stuff at work, but apparently I'm a rarity.
Clearly had an effect on you. Just keep reminding yourself why you do.
Then I won't miss. For the couple forbidden love, for the children who played at my side, for all those who would give anything to be so close to their goal.
Can you explain between partitioning network traffic, a VLAN versus subnetting it? Well, VLAN is just tagging the different traffic to go over it. Oftentimes, you can put different subnets on different VLANs, but, you know, a VLAN is basically just... Hold on.
Batteries, folks! It's rocket surgery!
But yeah, VLAN is basically just tagging the traffic so that you can, have it a certain way that Ethernet adapters can pick it up. So, often, it's basically the same thing. I mean, not the same thing, but they play hand in hand with each other. Like, in my home network, I have VLANs with different subnets. What was your favorite year in 2000 to 2010? Most of that was middle school and high school. F those years. There's a reason why I don't go to any high school reunions or such. Because that whole area was bull. Fair to say subnet equals layer 3 and VLAN equals layer 2. Yeah, more or less. It's been a while since I really did networking regularly outside of my home lab. Really? I gotta wait until the robot disappears for me to place again? It's kind of annoying. What was the most disappointing launch you've experienced as a gamer?
Missiles all built.
Out of the games I've played, it's kind of hard to think, but I'd say this one was probably up it in terms of like just the performance of everything with it, but
I couldn't have done
There was definitely No Man's Sky, which is very disappointing, but apparently they've, you know, redeemed themselves.
I'm ready to learn the truth. Once you start the launch sequence, I'll have to run some quick tests. But then I'll be off. And I will succeed. Running pre-launch scan. Now.
Alright, so we're launching this missile. Have you played Cyberpunk 2077? Yes, I have.
Scrap me. I'm so close to my dream.
Bringing out the big gun.
Coordinates locked for launch. No looking back.
That's why when you're looking.
Have a good night, Dom. Alright, I guess there's one last one.
Explosives armed. I won't fail again.
Well, look what we got us a city slicker. This'll be fun. You can run, but you can't hide. These ornithopters just don't bleed right, you know.
Up to the bottom, the top, and the side. My thoughts. Yeah, that's all I got. For you.
Screaming of the ups and downs, pollution manifested in perpetual sound.
Whatever happens,
when the paper's crumpled up, can't be perfect again.
Alright, guess we gotta hit the button. God damn. What, was that fireworks? I'm a little confused.
Explosion. Maybe the best have ever made us. Better and better. See that? That's a little thing called mercy. To give it a try next time.
Here we go. All right.
Don't look down, don't look down, don't look down. ¡Estoy volando! Quit putting holes in my ride! This'll be fun! Clip the river!
Alright, so let's see if I can at least clear out one more mission before I call it a night. Holding on. What tier of Proton you have with email and VPN? I have the business one.
One more fight. Missile are on hand and we're ready to kick Saul's tail. Now help me take down that gate. The Locust truck needs cut to advance. Push through.
Look on. Stop here. Move up.
That's what we call it. Close gasket gear.
Yeah, I mainly got the business class because I had quite a few domains that I used for, routing different emails different ways. So when I moved from my private email server, I wanted to keep all those routes active. That was before I had like simple login and stuff.
Someone tell me they know that.
Smaller local dose should be enough to take out the whole wall. Then when the main focus gets, it's a little bit complicated.
Where's canisters?
Move forward together. I am 100% my two cents of
Protect each other's back!
Wait for that!
Show them our strength! Show them our resolve!
Come on.
Don't give up! We've got this!
You struggle! You didn't think we were good, did you?
For who you wanted me to be. Don't know why I'm hoping what I won't receive. Going for the promise of the emptiness machine. Emptiness machine.
I am one hell of a shot if I do this over there.
Like a revolver.
Heads up! Order grunt in range!
Alright, which way do we go now? Hang off, all things you put me through. You take away together.
Fancy meeting you guys here. I'm fine. Ish. Mostly just embarrassed and calm.
Okay, cool. Let's go get some ammo.
Now, come on, Rush. You're not trying to leave so on your own, are you?
This is the Crimson Resistance. No one's allowed. Everyone take Conway and get back to HQ. Goodbye from here. They've all risked enough. It's up to us now. This way, the elevator.
Opened up my toolbox.
Hey, thank you for the follow, we hoop. Alright.
This is our own
going up.
To take all down. I can't let them die.
I think
ammo check.
And saw ever since as I watched the light fade away from his eyes.
We're in this together, remember? I don't care what I have to do. Soul dies today. Just a few adjustments. Let's go. Delivery from a dominant assault. Straight to your front door.
That's a bit close, spray.
God damn, that was so close. Come on. I don't like these frame drops all of a sudden it's getting. Alright, let's try this again.
I smell ordenadores.
Hold on. Oh, I got one more skill I can do. Okay, what's an augment I can use? Pressing F causes a fire volley of homing missiles. Quick augment. Pressing F I'll try that. Oh, I can only have one augment? I'll bleed it out, thinking deeper just to throw it away. Bleed it out, thinking deeper just to throw it away. I'll bleed it out, thinking deeper just to throw it away. Just to throw it away. Just to throw it away. I'll bleed it out.
Say so myself.
you kidding me? I literally died on the last enemy. That's some bull.
Open that!
Alright, let's see. So now...
This may be my best work yet. Get far enough away from the blast zone. I'll join you once I activate the detonation sequence.
Collie always said I was a terrible liar. Guess they just know me too well.
Don't like where this is going, Rush.
Remote detonation won't work. Realize why you were fighting. Has to be triggered manually. Soul will retaliate if we don't do this now. Tell Conway I love him, okay? And that I'm sorry. Go and finish this. Just like I said, I got you.
Rush!
Emergency fast travel complete. Got him, Bold Hunter. You go finish the job.
Alright, come on.
Zadra, I'm alive.
You have the look of a man ready to do something foolish. I thought I'd do my best to prevent that.
Thank you. What I said to you before.
No, you were right. I spent centuries at the timekeeper's eye. His coldness seemed still frosty. Now to the matter at hand. Another of Sol's airships is preparing to launch. Stop it.
And then Sol himself. I'm gonna hold you to your promise, Vault Hunter.
Just leave it to me.
You defend young world. You killed my spy last.
Alright. Well, it's getting kind of late, so I think now's a perfect time for me to call it a night. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Make sure, if you haven't already, follow me on all my socials, YouTube, all that stuff. And then, of course, make sure to join the Discord and the Matrix server. We got a little over 1,000 people there talking tech, gaming on Linux, and radios, and all sorts of things. I may be back on tomorrow evening. We shall see. But definitely Sunday, and then Saturday night we do have movie night. I will figure out what movie we're going to be watching. I got a library to go through, but I love you all. Stay safe. Happy hacking. If you're over on Twitch, stick around for the raid. Otherwise, I will see you all later. Stay safe.